Hello. Hi. Give me a second. There we go. I don't remember where we left off last time. I just accidentally started from the beginning of episode 4. Fuck me. Escape, menu. No. Menu. Fuck. Oh shit, it's getting hot suddenly. Waiter, it's getting hot for no reason. Oh, that is a trail over there. Hold on. There. I need a crash out to keep me going, actually. Hold on. Also, it's not on my thing. Hi. How are you guys? It is 5 p.m. Shit. I woke up at... I know why I slept like a rock. I took medication. I totally forgot. I took a sleeping aid. That's why I woke up at 1:30. You know, it's really hard to... Okay, not really hard. I'm just too lazy to cook. But like... So in the event that my mom is ever away for long periods of time, it usually falls to me to start cooking food for me and my pa. And it's usually just like some fucking curry or chicken or whatever the fuck else I feel like cooking. Maybe if I feel a little frosty, I'll cook some pasta for us. But I was so fucking lazy this week. I was like, oh my god, I don't feel like it. So then my pa just kept buying food, and it's like, oh my god, this is miserable. Eating fast food slop is actually so miserable. My pa bought like fucking casino food, which is notoriously bad. Well, no, the burritos are pretty good, but it was like Chinese food from a place that does not do Chinese food, obviously. Not even like the Panda Express slop that they call Chinese food. You know, it was just like their orange chicken was so bad. It tasted so awful. It was so salty. The chow mein was so overdone. And like the red ribs or red pork ribs, I'm not sure what you would call those, or rather I'm not sure what it is called. It was so bad. It was so fucking bad. And I'm like, I should have just cooked for us. Was it white Chinese food? Yeah, 100%. Like a sweet and sour pork rib, maybe? I don't know. But it was like that red barbecue, I think. Yeah, it was the white man Chinese food. So bad. Orange chicken was so salty. The chow mein was overdone. It didn't even come with no rice, no nothing. So bad. and then it was the first time I've ever seen my pop, not the first time, but it was like maybe the third or fourth time I've seen my pops take something out of his lunch bag. You know what he fucking pulls out? He fucking, oh, you're still hungry here? He pulls out fucking Wiener Schnitzel. Times are so bad, my pops is buying fucking Wiener Schnitzel. And he pulls out a fucking, ooh, a chili dog. Sonic would have gone crazy. It was fucking a chili dog. It didn't smell rancid, but oh my god, it was pretty stinky. Not even good stinky. It was just not even, well, it wasn't like rancid, but it was just like, it really, you know what chili smells like. It was like that. I mean, I was hungry, so I ate it because I didn't cook. And I was like, oh my god, the next time this happens again, I actually need to like get us something. I need ideas to cook food. He just ordered from bullshit. Oh my god, it was so bad. It was so awful. Why the fuck would you order a quesadilla from IHOP? The fuck? That's like going to... That's me going to a steakhouse and ordering like a fucking salad. Like, oh yes please, can I have a salad? Going to a steakhouse and ordering like fucking orange chicken or some shit. Or a pizza. That's crazy work. Quesadillas from IHOP, I bet that tasted so bad. Trying to think of like the worst thing I ordered. Oh, this one time I think I was in Detroit. I can't remember where, but I was flying interstate. I think I can't remember what occasion, but I stopped at this pancake house. I think this was when I was traveling overseas for work, not overseas, between states for work. And oh my fucking god, dude, it was so bad. It was so bad. I went to this pancake house and like I asked a local who was like Ubering me. I'm like, you're familiar with this? They're like, yeah, I live here most of my life. I was like, do you recommend any places to eat for breakfast or something? It's like, yeah, sure. There's a pancake house right over here. I go there the next day, and like it's full, it's packed. I'm like, oh shit, maybe these pancakes are popping. It's like a signature dish, pancakes, buttermilk pancakes, with your choice of like fucking sides, either French toast or whatever the fuck else, blah blah blah. So I order it, and I'm like, dude, this looks so fucking good. Cut into it. I don't actually spit it out, but my chewing immediately, like, I don't even chew. Like, after the first chew, I'm just like, this tastes bad. But I forced myself to eat it because I was talking to the waiter, like, yeah, it's my first time here. And they're like, so how's the food? I'm like, it's good. And I'm just nodding, lying to myself, like, it's good, it's good. I'm not sure I can finish this though. I might have to take it to go if that's not. Just like, yeah, no problem. You just let me know when you need that. I try to solve the issue with like a shit ton of like butter. A shit ton of butter, and, well, not shit ton of syrup, and then some butter. It was so bad. You know why? Because it was so fucking salty. It was so salty. And I was like, maybe this is like how it's supposed to be. I was getting like vague pancake taste, but it was genuinely so salty. I'm like, there's no way this is like what it's supposed to taste like. But what if this is like what like people in Detroit eat, you know? What if my taste buds are the weird ones? What if I'm the freak? So I asked for it to go, and then I'd bring it back to my hotel room, and I stuff it into the little mini fridge. That's what I'm thinking of in retrospect. Maybe they put salt instead of sugar. Maybe I got like fucked over. And I offer it to my friend, like, yo, hey, want some? It's like, yeah, sure. Takes a bite. Oh, dude, what is this? It's so salty. What the fuck? They put salt instead of sugar, and then it's finally dawning on my dumbass. Oh, it's like, did you not complain? I'm like, no, why you be rude? Just like, you fucking idiot. They 100% put fucking salt instead of sugar. You stupid fuck. I'm like, and I wasted like fucking like $12 on pancakes that wasn't even made correctly. And I never went back to that cafe. I don't remember what it was called. I think it was like a local place. I'm fairly sure it was a local place, but oh my god, the worst pancakes ever. Go crazy, Kinzo. Go crazy. Yeah, like, right, you fucked up the signature dish. You're fucking up your signature dish, bro. Come on, man. I'm like a tourist, and you're gonna fuck it up for me. It's whatever. It's whatever. Very dirty chair. How did he get such a perfect mental breakdown? Like how? How did he get such a like that is the breakdown in the century. Like how did he do it? How? Can you believe I've been at this for fucking 7 months now? I started this back in January. What the fuck? That's fucked up. Oh, so what was this? Oh, okay. So what just happened was George and Jessica were fighting Renault and Gop respectively. Or Gop and Renault respectively, I should say. And George was landed on thick, so was Jessica, but then they got cheated out of their victories because Gop fucking teleported like their respective haymakers towards each other instead, and then they both killed each other, which blows ass. Renault was pretty honorable, and he gave her like a final 3 minutes to talk to battle her. Or do whatever she wanted, rather. And then she talked about it and was like, oh, you passed your test, yada yada yada. And then what was happening here was Kraus, let's see, it was Kraus, Nanjo, Kirie, and Cannon and Shannon, who were locked up in prison, and then they escaped after the goat demon like tripped a bunch of loser flags, as it were, for a sudden like tone shifts. It was really good, but also really confusing. Lots and lots of whiplash. And then Kraus just like killed that stupid fucking goat, and it was hilarious. And they just finally escaped just now. What's the widest way I can say your name? I'm trying to think. Thian. Hey, Thian, hey! Howdy there. I bet it would be like Thian. That is like the fucking widest way to say it. For sure it's Thian, 100%. Hell no. Hey, Thian. Hello. Is that how you pronounce your name? It's Tien, isn't it? Are you vaguely close to that? Unless that was also wrong. In that case, I'm shooting myself. Sorry. Ew, what is that fucking thing? What's the name of this emote? I want it to present itself. I want to know what it is. Don't pronounce the th. It says 10. Okay. 10. Okay. Nike Airport mod. Nike Airport mod. Very clean, very clean. I need to listen to that before I continue.
Brand new Airport hả? Airport 1 đó rồi. Airport 1 nữa. Man, fucking beautiful dog. Clean up, very clean. Man. Brand new Airport hả? Airport 1 đó rồi. Airport 1 nữa.
Airport 1 hả? Oh, I fucking love that video. I stimmed that video so much. Fucking beautiful, dog. I might have been so bad. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be allowed that. I don't know. I don't think so. Our pronunciation was good. Don't gaslight me. Don't gaslight me into thinking I'm actually Viet. Okay. Viet Pino? Oh my god. What sort of... Okay. Viet Pino daughter or Viet Pino son? What terror would you rather unleash onto the world, TBH? Both equally bad, if we're gonna be honest. If we're being real, both are equally very bad. Okay, sorry. It's a little hot. I'm starting to space out a little bit, even though I just started streaming. Red flag? Red flag? The fucking baby might as well come out holding a red flag. Jesus. The birthmark might as well be a fucking red flag, too. You might as well name the baby Red Flag. Kyrie stuck her face out of the well, and then Kraus showed himself, too. When he realized that they could see the back of the mansion from beyond the grove of trees, Kraus knew more or less where they were. To think that here in a certain well there had been hidden an underground passage, which led to a hidden mansion. Oh, this really is tough on this old body. I usually came up from a different spot with real stairs. If you just unlock it. I'll ask you to tell me about the layout of this place in detail later, Dr. Nanjo. Red flag at Garcia, Santiago, and when? Wait, hold on. I had like an OC that had a really fucking funny last name. That was a play on like Filipinos' excessive, stupid first names and last names. Let me see if I can find it. So I think it was like my Pokemon OC. Yes, it was. And I named him Lazarus Camilo Diego de Graciera Maria y Sanchez, but just Lazarus for short. I just grabbed a bunch of fucking random ass fucking names. It was so fucking funny. Oh my god. That's how Filipino names are. Filipinos want to be so unique. They want to be so unique with their silly ass names that they be pulling out fucking Camilo Diego de Graciela Maria y Sanchez. Like, come on, man. Just name me fucking Andrew. Just name me fucking Jessica. There's nothing wrong with that. Just name me something relatively normal, okay? I'm fine. Cannon going quickly. Cannon climbed up a ladder out of the shaft that was disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When you looked down for the first time, you realized how far he'd come up. We're so cooked. Fuck me. Shit. As Cannon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened in his chest. Shaquille O'Neal threw a fucking ball at him and killed him. Everyone there looked through the hole in Cannon's chest to the scenery beyond. I thought they were still resetting! Girl, he dead. No! Cannon slumped backwards. It was swallowed up into the depths of the well. Stay locked on. We can't fucking avoid them. Fucking run. But at least one of us remained alive. It's so over. Shannon's next, isn't she? At that time, Kraus, Kirie, and Nanjo certainly saw a golden curved line appear from the well and sew itself through the side of Shannon's head. It's over. Shannon! Your head had been pierced. The three had witnessed it perfectly until it shot out the opposite side, blowing it away. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, and flopped to the ground. They're after us! Fucking run! We'll be killed! Run! 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 As Nanjo doubled over in shock, stunned by how Shannon had died, the Chester sisters didn't allow him to escape. No, not Nanjo! A curved line again appeared from the well and pierced from Nanjo's forehead to the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Thump. And so Nanjo passed away. Huh? What the way? Where's the enemy coming from? They're being sniped. I don't know where from, but they've honed it on us perfectly. We're all gonna fucking dead. Ah! The two dashed towards the back door of the mansion. Then right as Cross was about to shut the door behind him, a golden curved line appeared for the fourth time, piercing Cross from the back of his head to his forehead and smashing that forehead. They bought obs? Shut the fuck up. It's only round two. How does... what's that French guy's name again? How does Chamber have ult? Cross's body leaned over, fell down, and drew a neat radial pattern with the insides of his head. Kirie ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But even so, she wasn't even remotely convinced that this had saved her life. She would probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, Kirie's eyes fell on a phone on the side table. Call Battler! Call Battler! Give him your last words. Ring, ring. There it is. Hello? Huh? Kirie? Oh, she's so calm. Oh, she knows she's going to die too. Yes, Battler. I got lucky. I managed to escape the dungeon somehow. I really did have luck on my side. Where are you? Is everyone okay? Over here, it looks like Jessica and George Aniki are. Listen. I probably won't be alive for long. At that time, right after she thought the keyhole of the locked door might have glowed gold, a curved line drawing a helix. A golden sewing thread penetrated in from there at an incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kirie's feet. It's unusual. The enemy who sniped the other four one after another with extraordinary skill apparently really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. The next will probably hit. At this point, Kirie finally remembered the first massive killing in the dining hall. That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest, all 6 of them. Listen, Battler. I'm going to tell you everything exactly as I saw it. I'm sure you'll think there's something wrong with my head. It's okay for you to think that. Even I still haven't sorted out what it was I saw. The day after you all returned to the guest house, the family conference began in the dining hall. And I'll tell you everything that happened next. You just said you would. Listen until the end without butting in. The call might be suddenly cut off partway through. If it does, at that time I'll be dead. Kirie. And Kirie spoke about Kinzo appearing and the family conference starting, but the 6 being killed and the 5 of them being confined. But how she escaped somehow and ran away to where she was now, and how everyone had finally been killed. It was all spoken dispassionately with no dramatization, just as she'd seen it. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed, and how she observed the moments of all their deaths. Though even now someone was trying to kill her. Damn, she has fucking EX rank luck. Even while we've been talking, I've been attacked 3 times. Something like a strange gold thread keeps flying in through the keyhole, spinning around and aiming for me. First it was by my feet, next close to my shoulders. It grazed my ear next. It seems getting more and more accurate. Looks like it'll go right between my eyes soon. Run, Kirie! Run! Immediately crying. Battler! 1, 2. I've run this far. Shut myself into a room and even locked the door, right? Now that I'm still being pursued, where should I hide? Hey? Battler. Are Jessica and George still alive? Not long ago, I got a phone call from Jessica. Kinda sounded like they were done for. Thought so. When we were being killed one after another, I had a kind of premonition. I thought that perhaps the second toilet had been finished in the ceremony of killing 13 people, before our twilights had been reached. In short, when I die, that's 13. This way the ceremony is complete. The Golden Witch Beatrice will resurrect. So who's still alive at this time? You just died, you died, you died, you died, you died, you died, you died, you're about to die. Everyone's dead except Kinzo and fucking Maria and Battler. Fuck. Fuck my buck alive. Wait, no, wait, hold on, wait. Indetermined, undetermined. Their fates are undetermined. Undetermined. We don't know yet, actually. Wait, that's crazy. Sorry, I'm like trying to think. They threw the key in there, but it's impossible to unlock from inside. This is probably going to become ammo later for Battler's argument. So Glorpta and Kumasawa are still both alive. I wonder what in the world will happen. On this island with demons and witches and swarming with goat monsters. I wonder what'll happen. When even the leader of them all, the Golden Witch, appears. Right now, I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. I was playing Dale and Dawson last night with some of my friends, and I decided for like the second and final game we played, I would just roleplay a Glorp. And if you don't know what Dale and Dawson is, it's pretty much just a game of like Wolf. Well, not essentially, but it's pretty similar. And the goal is to slack off at work without getting fired. So the entire time, it was really hard, but I just spoke like Glorp the entire time. So the entire time I'm just like, and nobody understood me the entire time. Like, the manager accidentally locked my door. The manager accidentally locked my door, and I kept trying to go. And then they just did. They're like, "What are you saying? Like, what? What are you talking about?" And then my friend, she had to be like, "No, she's saying, or he's saying, you know, that you have to unlock, you know, her door." Or just like, and the only time I think they understood me was when they were about to vote me out, and I said, "If you vote me out, you're gonna regret it." That's the only time they understood me, and then they voted me out. The Zoom call? That's exactly what I'm trying to get across. That's exactly what I'm trying to get across. You know, like just the two of us song? But like the alien sings it? I fucking love this so much. Say the line. I love Glorp voice so much. You have no idea, man. Glorperson. I should have. You know what? I should have changed my name to like Glorp, Glorpy, or like Narp. I should and then like make all my clothes green or some shit. Name myself Narperson. Kirei-san's voice had completely given up on her own life. The secret 19th party, Narp. Narp has been going around the island killing everyone for fun under Kinzo's orders. That's my theory. Because Battler understood that. He couldn't stop the tears. There's just one thing I can advise you on. What? If a demon or witch does appear in front of you, yeah, there's no need whatsoever to doubt whether it's real or not. Understand that it's what it seems to be. No! Don't fall for it, Battler! You might think there must be some trick, or there's some true nature hidden behind it. If you have the time to think of something like that, it'd be much more constructive to plan out how not to damage the mood of whatever you're facing. Even mistakenly, you mustn't say, in that case, try showing me magic. Because to prove that, they'll probably use an even crueler way than before. I can't believe it. Even if I hear something like that coming from you, I can't believe it. I understand why you can't believe. So that's why I can give this advice. Believe. No! No, don't! No, you can't! No! You're telling me to believe in Beatrix? Demons and witches and monsters? Even after being shown things out of this world so clearly, I think we still weren't able to believe any of it. I'm still like that now. The true form of this thing that keeps attacking me, trying to shoot through my forehead. There's something I don't understand. It's Glorpda with a fucking sniper rifle. I can't believe it. So I want you alone to believe, to understand, to accept the existence of what we couldn't. If you do that for me, our deaths won't be wasted. It'll also have been worth it for me to make this call. I'm still okay. It scratched me, but it missed again. It looks like I probably won't get another chance. Thank you. And goodbye, Battler. I treated you coldly sometimes because you are Sumo-san's son. Forgive me for that. Aww. What do you mean forgive you? Right now you're a mother to me, Kirie. Ah! That scared the shit out of me. I felt as though I'd heard an incredible sound at the end of the receiver. And a noisy clacking sound. As though the receiver had fallen to the floor. Kirie! Kirie! Ah! Kirie did not answer to the phone. Oh, poor Battler. We progress? Okay, we're going to the next part. Not metaverse yet. Why are you mad, Battler? You're not. Or, wait, what did she say? I don't know why. You don't? Everyone was killed! By that damn geezer! Saying something crazy about Beatrice's resurrection or whatever. So I know 13 people were offered their sacrifices. And it's already time for her to arrive. Sure, that sounds great. I'll find Beatrice too and kill them both! We survived the ceremony, so we will receive an invitation to the Golden One from Beatrice. Oh yeah, all your wishes will be granted. If having your family killed is painful, you just have to resurrect them. That's what I'm gonna do. I will like the really nice mama, the one that isn't possessed by the Black Witch. So mama always will be with me. There will be no more overtime or working on days off. She'll always be with me and think only of me. And she'll always fight against vicious enemies for my sake. There's something wrong with you. Why are you saying something so incomprehensible in a situation like this? Didn't Kirie just tell you, by the way? Didn't she tell you to believe in the witch? Fuck. This isn't the time to get in an argument with you over something like this. There's no hostages or anyone left alive. This weird, shitty ceremony's already over. Let me do what I want now. Someone might still be alive. Someone might be hiding. I'll search everywhere, find them, and beat the shit out of them! In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat stand, spear, and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored. Oh, at that time, the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver. Hello? Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the house. With violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room. Maria! Who was the call from? With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could call after being locked up in the gardening storehouse. Which meant there was only one person left. Kinzo. After continuing her pleasant chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. And with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler. Who's on the phone? Grandfather? Battler couldn't imagine that was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimately with Kinzo, and that she'd be chatting about Battler with that eerie smile. So just what kind of person could be on the phone who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? Excuse me. At the time, in the back of his mind, the words Kyrie had spoken to him drifted up. It's a Beatrice. Just believe it exists.
Battler just came back. He's jumpy.
Maria! Who's on the phone? Who?
Send it over. Hang on. Hello.
After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler. Maria held the receiver out for him to take as though it was perfectly normal. Battler hesitated just a bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of the person at the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. He picks it up, doesn't even wait for them to say anything. You're not real. Hangs up. Boom. Power move. That's what Battler should have done. There's no longer any need to doubt they exist. Battler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. Battler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was on the other end, questioned Maria before taking the call. Hey, where are you going?
Where my test is. Wonder who the next social media family head will be. Are you on me?
Don't go! You'll be killed!
I won't be killed. The shaman is already over. And you were not been killed. I'll be revived. Whether one of us becomes the head or not, we've already been invited. See you!
Wait, Maria! Battler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping stopped him like a chain. He righted himself and put the receiver to his ear. Hello?
Hello, congratulations, me, Doctor. What?
What are you saying to me? Oh, there's the lyrics. I was drowning it out with Glorp. Congratulations! And I'm fine. And you. Oh, she's tweaking already. Screwed up mocking English filled his ears. Or it's the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze. Who was it? What do you mean, who is it, Ushiromiya Battler? Normally you'd answer, yes, I'm fine. Right. Takes me back. You do that one in middle school, right? I think you do in pairs. You're insane! Who are you? Answer me! Say it in English. Isn't that your specialty? Don't fuck with me! Who are you? I have not seen this expression on his face before. Oh my gosh. An underling of that damn geezer? Underling's a mean way to say it. At least say prisoner. And Kinzo's my prisoner. Right? That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone cackling as well. Say your name! Who are you? Who? Guess right and you could win a free trip to Hawaii! Finally! Finally! It was so long. The days leading up to today were so long. I seriously waited 1,000 years for today, get it? I owe it to you, my big resurrection. Thanks, Kinzo. Just for you, I'll lend an ear to that last. I'll take that move back of yours. My. Aren't you getting a tad too excited? Can't you act a bit more ladylike? Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. There was expensive cheese and snacks to go with the drinks. And there were several empty wine bottles lined up. Damn, they was drinking already. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an unseemly way, she happily held a wine glass in one hand and was probably completely drunk. I'm in the best mood today, so here's a huge bonus for you. Kinzo, don't use Chateau Patras as a decoration. It's from 1947, right? If you don't open it today, just when you plan on opening it. It's drown ourselves in it and play. Then let's hit each other with the empty bottles. How amusing. You're too excited. And you're letting loose too much. What about you, Kinzo? Are you happy to be reunited with me? Oh, it's the living world, the earthly world. Long live my flesh. What are you going on about? Are you saying that you're Beatrice or something? Yes, I am! Thanks to Kinzo's 13-person murder ceremony, I've finally been resurrected. It's nice having a mouth. It's nice having a tongue. How fun it is to be able to talk to you like this. And to think of it, even though we slack each other with abuse so many times over and over again, this is the first time we've had a conversation like this on the board during the game, isn't it? Oh, right! I always forget. Beatrice, rather the demons, whenever they're in the game, it's literally them, but when it's any of the humans, it's a stand-in. So, fucking Battler's like, what the fuck are you talking about? How very fresh. Oh, did you hear that pop sound just now? He opened it. He seriously opened that Chateau Patras. Do you know how much a single bottle costs? Almost as much as a whole 10-kilogram ingot, you see? Cut the crap! Beatrice! The Golden Witch? Give it a rest! Where are you? Is that damn geezer with you too? I'll beat the shit out of both of you! Where are you? Answer me! Oh, you want to meet me? It's tough being such a popular woman. Oh, please don't try to chat me up when Kindo's around, okay? This guy gets seriously jealous. He has a bad temper, you see. But when Kinzo's not around and we're all alone, I'll love you all you want in secret, okay? Wait, why does she want him so bad? She wants that cookie so fucking bad. She wants that cookie so effing bad. You're insane! Kinzo, I changed my mind. I won't do Maria's test. You go.
How fickle. Are you saying you'll do Battler's test?
Nothing wrong with that, right? That guy's so much like a younger you, it makes my heart race. Don't worry, I won't cheat on you. This will be the only time I'll be alone with him. I'm always alone with you in bed, right? Oh. I know it was always heavily implied that they had that relationship, but it's really like striking to just see it said. But no more tying me to the bed with a Freak Zone? Freak Zone? Well, I'm not surprised, actually. Well then, Battler, I, the Golden Witch Beatrice, will be conducting your test myself. As for the place, yes. Let's make it the front entrance to this mansion. Make sure you try seriously hard in this test to become the successor, okay? I mean, Kinjo's practically dead on his fate. If you become a successor, you'll be the new owner of everything on this island. If it's you, I wouldn't mind becoming all yours, see? Rule over me just like Kinzo did, okay?
Front entrance of the mansion? Perfect. You drunk bastard! I'll sober you up! I'll fix that hangover with a burning punch! Prepare yourself!
Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There's no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. Alright, just a second. I'm gonna go fill up on some more Wawa. Ended up finishing the rest of the food I got not yesterday, earlier today.
That was good. Tasted good.
Thank you guys. I made a bad decision while getting the food though. I picked up a big old thing of Pepsi. My friend of mine just posted something really funny. So the horse scored 9th place, was the 11th favorite, so it's not only 9/11, but the horse's name is fucking Let's Jump. The horse's name is Let's Jump. This horse was made for me. Too bad it's just a generic horse girl. Let's Jump is crazy. That horse was made for me. That horse was made for me, unironically. So fucking funny. Let's jump.
Let's jump! Yay! Hooray!
I took the spear I'd made, and the hat stand, and went outside without even an umbrella. Hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that as Goda-san and the rest said, she'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless. Is he gonna go to the shed? Goda! Kumasawa! It's me, Battler! I headed for the gardening storehouse first. I need all the help I can get. Goda's big, so I can probably count on him for some firepower. Kumasawa-san's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. I remembered there was nothing they could do from the inside. I'd have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I ran into the corner and knocked on the small latticed window there and opened it. They're dead, aren't they? Goda! Kumasawa! It's Battler! Come on, get up! Hey. The scene in the shed lit by a dim light bulb was very strange. Goda. Kumasawa. From a low ceiling beam hung 2 thick ropes, and at the ends, Goda and Kumasawa were hanging by their necks. It was dim and cramped because of the Did they remove their jaws? Is that why their tongues are hanging out?
Kumasawa, he's been right. And I must tell you, I'm going to end myself. Goodbye, really.
And then he's It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, and because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I couldn't sense a trace of life from them. But they got all their sacrifices, didn't they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So who the fuck killed them? Did Kinjo just do it for fun, you sick fuck? You gotta be kidding me, right? Why? The shutter was still closed. There was only a single key which had supposedly been given to Goda. So how had the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? Wait, they weren't necessarily killed. If this is a suicide, this closed room makes sense, but I don't know why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and Kingzo. There's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. Maria, who acted like the witch's ally from the beginning. And Kingzo, the ringleader who revived the witch. The witch herself. What the hell? I might as well be the only one on this island. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose. I can't do it like this. I've gotta avenge everyone. Damn it. It's useless this way. It's useless. It's useless. Damn it. Might as well cry while I can, so that my frail emotions will be squeezed out with my tears. Then I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night and crush her with my own hands. Sorry, I'm just trying to think who could have done it if in the case it wasn't a suicide, you know? So Battler, George, and Battler, George, and Jessica, I think, went to lock them up. Then they locked the door to the shed and tossed the key through the shutter to Goda and Kumasawa. And at this time, everyone else was also locked up. So who the fuck could have done it? There's no explanation for this. Me don't understand. Me don't get it. Maria was back at the house. I thought of that, but I don't think that's possible. And there's no tips. Fuck. Amidst the rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed George had also been killed. By this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path aiming for the arbor. And then I saw George's weather-beaten corpse. Our first confirmed death. His corpse was found in the rose garden arbor, a single hole right in the center of his forehead. It's reasonable to assume he was shot with a gun or something similar. It's a brand of humiliation marking his defeat to God. I think the only person that could have done it is George, probably. He was the only one outside in between the time Battle and Maria were still waiting in the guest house. Everyone else was still locked up, and Jessica went straight inside, unless Jessica and George did it both. Both did it together. But if we're on the assumption that Jessica immediately went into the house, and George doubled back to the garden shed, that's the only thing I can think of. We also did see George go crazy mode for a second and said he'd kill fucking everybody for Shannon. I wouldn't put it past him. I certainly wouldn't put it past him. Aniki. Damn. Aww. He looks so fucking broken and defeated. Me after she says no to Goo Goo Babies. I don't want to play Goo Goo Babies tonight. No Goo Goo Babies. Falls over and fucking dies like this. The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he had died in the arbor, he might have at least been spared being beaten down upon by the rain. In Aniki's forehead was a gaping hole, as though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so he almost looked like he was sleeping. Yet his clothes were stained a deep red, and there were still signs that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping or pretending to be dead. But even though the rain speared against Aniki's eyes, they remained open. And the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. It'd been a faint chance that even Goda and Kumasawa hanging by their necks in the gardening shed had been them playing a bad joke.
Let's play a joke on Battler. Let's hang ourselves and pretend to die. It'll be fucking... The look on his face will be hilarious, LOL.
But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. As Goda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like pieces on the chessboard. There's no mistake. That old geezer and the witch. They really don't view our lives as anything more than that. And that damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board. Perfect. She thinks this is a game. And if you killed everyone like it was a game, it's okay if I kill you all like it's a game, right? Angie in a different timeline. The Angie we're familiar with is in a timeline where they never solved the mystery, or rather she's in the middle of solving the Rokonjima mysteries. And then that Angie also traveled back to... She tried to travel back to this time period, but in this time period she can't because she's back at home and is like goo goo gaga, a baby. She's like 5 years old. But that Angie went back, not went back, but went to the metaverse, or meta world, to help Battler with the whole game thingy, I think. But no, I don't think Angie has an influence in this. Well, no. Angie's just helping out Battler with this current game and any other games he's going to be playing going forward, I believe. But I don't think she has any influence as far as like events happening within the game itself. The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. The mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kirie, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down. What's this? A box? It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Maybe that it's set up with some trap to make it explode when opened? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang. I continued to glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. And mixed in with the thunder was some kind of music. It sounded like that. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing 2400, or midnight. There was also a sound announcing that this insane day, October 4th, finally ended, and that the much more incredibly insane day of the 5th had begun. The sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming from nowhere. I got the feeling the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. It's not true that I never saw her before. I saw her once today, on the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is.
Are you Beatrice?
Yahoy, Battler! From the second floor balcony, leaning out under an umbrella and waving spiritedly, was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows and the entrance surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions. Oh, Beatrice, there's no one here but you and me, see? No goat furniture, no demon butlers or teacher, not even the demon who's my close friend. And there's none of the gold butterflies that compose my flesh, no magic circles, and no summoners and witnesses. Do you know what that means?
No clue. Quit babbling.
It is true I've met you several times, even in this world, almost as though we just missed each other. As you know, this world of humans is filled with a toxin just by your existence and your doubting of me. Almost like solid ramparts strengthening the guard around you, the king. And through multiple games, I've advanced pieces one by one, split them apart and cornered them, leveling your ramparts bit by bit. Then a faint crack finally opened and I sent a bishop in so that I could approach right next to you. But as you know, bishops are pieces with blind spots. As long as you stay on the black squares, a bishop on black can wield a massive influence. But if you escape just one step to a white square, even if I close it right next to you, I won't be able to touch you. That's why I've progressed through this game by sending in various pieces to prevent you from staying on a white square, forcing you out in front of me, the one who controls the black squares next to you. However, there's now holes opened all over your ramparts, and I was able to send in not a bishop, but a full queen. Do you know what kind of piece a queen is? Is
A rook plus bishop.
Is that what you're trying to say? That now you not only control the black squares that are part of the illusion of the witch,
But have been able to eat into the white squares of the human world at will?
Correct. You've been calling the squares with the gold butterflies that are my minions the illusions of the witch. You've denied them as unobserved unrealities, right? I know. For that reason, I've openly descended to the white squares like this. Don't worry, I'll call plenty of gold butterflies and goats, demons, and witches later. If you want, I'll invite you to the Golden Land. There any wish can be granted. Oops.
Starting to look like someone knocked an ink bottle over the chessboard of this island.
Pleasant phrasing. Soon you'll be covered in ink as well. You'll finally become covered with pitch black, and will surely become a black king. You really are pitiful, drowning in a sea of ink right now, aren't you?
That's wrong. I'll admit the island's been stained completely black from your ink bottle. But there's still a white square left.
Where?
I knew he was gonna say it. It's me, I'm the white square.
Right under my feet.
Your ink of magic tried to cover the entire island, but it can't cover the ground my feet are standing on. Even if this island seems to be stained pitch black at a glance, I am me. I'm here, stepping on a white square.
It's strange. Till a second ago I was shivering all over. He always aura farms when it matters. He really is that image of the it's so over, we're so back image. Where it spikes up and down constantly. Battler really is that. It's so funny. By now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you see them and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. However, she definitely is an interesting or a friendly person. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around, giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is a fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me by just snapping her fingers. I see. So does this mean she's the queen of this island? reigned over both the white and black squares. Well, then it might be amusing to wait till you catch a cold in all the rain, but it's about time to move to the matter at hand. Can you see the box down there? Your test is inside it. Wait. After all that's happened, I'm not interested in some stupid game about who'll become the successor. My game is to take you and that damn Kiza, and all you guys who killed everyone, and smack them with a punch. One of those face crushers. Oh. So you'll fly through the air up to my balcony? Very well, very well. Then look, come on right now. Here, here, up, up. Damn, you acting so carefree just because you're in a completely safe place. He's gonna run. I'm coming over there right now, so prepare yourself and wait for me. No, 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 no. Door's locked. Of course the shutters are down for all the windows. My castle isn't so fragile a single night like you could break in. I tried opening the door to the entrance anyway, but it really was locked. When I looked around, I noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows too. Normally those wouldn't be closed. She has no choice but to do the test. Looks like you've prepared for everything. Where's the key? Koda and Kumasawa probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room of the gardening shed. I can only give up for now. Damn. She's no fool herself. Do you really want to be right beside me so much? If you pass your test, why don't I grant you an audience? If you pass, then you'll become the successor and my new master. May flesh and soul be yours to do with as you please. For I'm no more than the Uchinomiya family's furniture. Looks like you want me to take this test no matter what. Okay. I'll give it a shot. If I pass, my first prize will be a punch to your face. Ooh, scary. But it's not like I mind being controlled by violence, you see, freakatress. Grab onto my head. Make my face twist in pain. Tear me apart like a hawk does with its talons to its prey. Scratch at me and trample upon me. Or is she being extra freaky? Remind me of Kinzo in his younger days once more. That single time in my 1,000-year life. Remind me of that day I was taught the joy of being controlled, surrendering and being reduced to furniture. Damn drunk. We aren't getting anywhere. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box. Yes. Open it. Inside's a letter. Read it. It's just, I accept witches. I don't accept witches. I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently it really had originally been a cigar case. But there were no cigarettes or cigars inside. Inside was a Western envelope with a one-winged eagle crest. Do you believe in magic? Circle yes or yes. When I opened it, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn. Just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Hmm? Same test. In order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life. Blank's life? Everyone else's lives. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. What's this? Some pretty creepy stuff written here. In order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. This is an easy one. Me! Me for everybody else. So easy, so easy. More importantly, the second one's blank, so I don't even know whose life it's supposed to be. Indeed. That second one is where you put the name of the one the test taker loves the most. Oh? Interesting. What does Battler, or who does Battler love the most? Huh. Oh, and you know what? Wow. And it really does tie in with that fucking phrase. Without it, it cannot be seen. Without it, it cannot be seen. For Jessica's test, it was Cannon's name, and for George's test, it was Shannon's. Since they had obvious feelings for certain people, those names were written in beforehand. But I don't know whom you have feelings for. So I didn't know whose name to write and left it blank. That's perfect. I love you, Beatrice. I'll stick your name in here. In that case, I'll choose the second choice. Happy now? Hey, quit joking. Please, Battler. Tell me the name of the person you have feelings for. If you don't, this won't be a test then, right? Sorry. Don't have any particular girl in mind. Even if I did, why the hell would I tell you? In that case, this test won't work for you. What a shame. And I was really wondering what kind of woman was your cup of tea. What? What's our problem? Battler, you can't say that! Battler! That wouldn't match you at all, right? Lies, you breast sommelier. Blonde and bouncy's best, right? Am I not truly the embodiment of your ideal? If guessing your 3 sizes is the test to become the successor, I'll take it gladly. Yes. This was the test to choose a successor, wasn't it? It was so fun chatting with you that I've been getting a bit off topic. Then let's begin the test. I'll question you to see whether you're qualified to be the successor to the Ushinomiya family headship. Answer with care. The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly locked in. She looked as though she truly stepped out of that majestic portrait. I am the Ushinomiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch, Beatrice. Do you have the qualifications to inherit the Ushinomiya family and all of my gold? That's what I'll test. State your name. Ushinomiya Battler. When faced with the dignity you wouldn't have imagined from her appearance a short moment ago, I answered with no hesitation. And from that I see, I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island. Very well, Ushinomiya Battler. However, for these 6 years, you've thrown away that name, haven't you? Why was that? I ran out of love for that old bastard. I know. It was because you felt that your father's remarriage disgraced the death of your mother whom you respected, yes? I see. You've no blood relation to your new mother whatsoever. It's not as though I can't understand why you'd be unable to accept that mother. However, no matter whom your father remarried, that wouldn't change the fact that his blood runs in your veins, correct? What are you trying to say? I can somewhat understand the childishness that led you to resist your father's remarriage, since you wanted him all to yourself. However, was throwing away the Ushinomiya name as a means of resistance not a disgrace to your family and blood? You were born and raised Ushinomiya, were you not? Do you think you had the right to forget that debt and throw away the Ushinomiya name? It's got nothing to do with you. This is between me and Dad. The Ushinomiya name doesn't belong to you and your father alone. That was your childishness, nothing more than your inability to forgive the fact your father was stolen away by an unknown woman. Those 6 years during which you threw away the Ushinomiya family register were a significant period during which you covered the name in mud. Know the depths of that sin. Well, sorry, I'm so childish. However, even though it occurred around the time of the deaths of your grandparents, you did well to return to the Ushinomiya register. With that, let's give you a chance to purify that sin yourself. Now's the time to compensate for your sin of 6 years ago. Excuse me. Try to remember your own sin. Remember that. Confess and repent. That's the test I shall give you. At that time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank. What do you mean, repent? You trying to tell me to apologize? The test has already begun. You may think as you wish. The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and sneering. She was asking seriously, and he could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Battler, he didn't shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rains. The rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. For some reason, Battler understood that, and yet he didn't. Well, if you put it that way, I do think I was being childish. All things considered, even Dad getting remarried didn't cancel out the debt I owed him for raising me. I heard that Dad always kept on paying for my living expenses. And that he even said he wanted to participate in school events. The only reason he couldn't was because I told Grandpa and Grandma not to let him come no matter what. It's true that I can't argue back if you want to call that my childish resistance. You know, in that case, who would clear away Mom's, Ushinomiya Asumu's regrets? Even though Mom was so devoted to our family and did the very best she could.
Despite that, Dad was cheating with Kirie. He even got her pregnant with Angie. And then along with her birth, he rushed to move them into his register. If that wasn't a betrayal of Mom, then what was it? Who's gonna clear up Mom's regrets? But what you're saying is also right. Even though the cheating was a fact, the debt I owed for being raised was real too. In that case, they cancel each other out. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with me leaving the family, is there? That's right. I had the right, no, the duty to smack Dad in Mom's place, didn't I? But I didn't do that. I left without saying anything, as though I hadn't been there in the first place. And Dad forgot all about me and started a new family with Kirie-san and Angie. Doesn't that settle everything? But since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. Kirie understood my anger. And even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Angie didn't know anything about the situation, and even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother and loved me as if it were true. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted. It started to feel more and more ridiculous. I thought it was about time for me to cool my head as well. So I said I'd put it all behind me as long as Dad apologized. And came the day of Grandpa's funeral. And he really did put his hands on the floor and apologize. Looking unbelievably pathetic. Dad did that and seriously bowed his head to me, you see. When I saw that, it felt like it'd be stupid to keep it up any longer. I'm sure Mom thought the same thing. Every time Dad and I fought, Mom would always laugh and mediate for us. Oh, were you fighting over something that silly? Is what she'd say. I could feel Mom saying that and laughing. So, though I couldn't actually say I'd forgive him, I thought it might be okay to start over again from square one. So I decided to wind everything back to how it was 6 years ago. And I returned to the Ushinomiya family register. I'd also cried, raged, and worried for a whole 6 years. It might have been the same for Dad and for my dead mom. Maybe even for Kirie-san and Angie. So we went back to square one, and I returned to being Ushinomiya battler. It's my immediate family's problem, and has nothing to do with the Ushinomiya family. You have no right to judge that as a sin, and I have no obligation to show repentance to you. If there was anyone I should have done that for, you've already killed them. So I won't apologize for anything. I won't repent. That's my answer for this test. Well done, battler. Well done. If that doesn't get him a passing grade, then Beatrice was tweaking. Is that all? What? Part of me fully responded to her provocation. And I supposedly vented out all the stuff I kept inside my chest. Stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been expecting. Yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she'd start cackling and guffawing. sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her. Something you could almost call disappointment. What do you mean, is that all? I've exposed everything about me, right? What more could you want? That still isn't enough to clear away your sins. Clear away? The hell? You asking me to prostrate myself right here and apologize like Dad did? That's not it. I've no interest in matters concerning your immediate family or your home. Where are we? Rokinjima, the main residence of the Ushinomiya head family. Isn't there a sin you ought to remember fitting for this place? I don't know. 6 years ago, maybe? You saying that I have another sin? Remember, Ushinomiya battler. Not being able to remember that is your sin. For that reason, I shall forgive you. If you can remember it, I shall forgive you. Remembering that is my test of atonement for you. Even if you tell me to remember. Oh, Meta World! Remember, that's what makes it a sin. Sorry, Beto. Absolutely no memory of it. You make it sound like I caused you trouble 6 years ago or something. But I supposedly met you for the first time at this family conference. It's true your legend also existed 6 years ago. But I shouldn't have been acquainted with you. Naturally. In the Rokinjima of 6 years ago, I hadn't yet materialized. What could it possibly be the sin she's talking about? What kind of sin are you saying I have? Are you saying I've sinned against you somehow? Don't make me say the same thing twice. I hadn't materialized 6 years ago. There was no way for me to become acquainted with you, so it doesn't have to do with her then. In the world that you are, it was as though I didn't exist. Beto's cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin. At a glance, it felt as though she still hated me for something I'd done to her, that she blamed me for it. I naturally didn't have a clue, and Beto had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. Oh shit, it's in red!
Gotta jot this down.
Please give me a hint. Does this sin have anything to do with you and me? I had no connection to you 6 years ago. Remove me from your thoughts already. So it doesn't have to do with Beatrice, but it has to do with a sin against her. What? Your eyes. My eyes? Because your eyes are whispering at me to apologize. I had no connection with you 6 years ago, and it looks like you acknowledge that too. Is that true? Is it really not a problem between me and you? Is it a problem between him and her when she wasn't Beatrice or something? I already said it wasn't. No problem between me and you has anything to do with this. Still, your eyes are telling me differently. So I don't even have a clue. Could you say it in red? The claim that the sin you're telling me to remember isn't something between you and me. Very well. The sin I'm now demanding that you remember is not between Ushiromi and Battler and Beatrice. I feel like that's the key thing, is between Battler and Beatrice. What if this was before she was Beatrice? She inherited the name. Then why are you looking at me with those eyes? I don't know. I'm simply gazing at you blankly. If it feels that way to you, perhaps there's something making you feel that way. What kind of sin are you saying I have? Ushiromi and Battler has a sin. What's the definition of sin in this case? Is it like we're taking it at face value? You've wronged them? I'm asking you what kind? I'll bet it's just some trivial sin like hitting someone or tricking someone. What? Because of your sin, people die? What? Because of your sin. Is it because he doesn't believe in magic? Liar! I've never killed anyone! Then say it. Who'd I kill? When? Who? How? Due to your sin, a great many humans of this island die. Is it the sin of not believing? No one escapes. All die. But then, how? Okay. But it's not between the two of them. It's not between the two of them. It's not between Ushiromiya and Beatrice. But then as... What? What? What kind of incomprehensible thing are you saying? You're saying I killed everyone? I'm a killer? It doesn't mean you carried it out directly. However, because you committed a sin from an imperfection in the cogs that stretched back a full years, a distortion was created. Wait, so it was a sin from 6 years ago? Sin... Question mark? But then it comes back full circle to this? You are one of the causes of this tragedy? Quit messing around! I'm the cause? Then what? Are you saying 13 people died because I abandoned the Ushiromiya register 6 years ago? You're saying that 13 people died because I came back to the family after 6 years? Don't fuck with me! Give it a rest! For these 6 years, I've been the man farthest from the Ushiromiya family, right? How could I have influenced anything in any way? It's not like I came to the family conference because I wanted to, right? I'd returned to my family after 6 years to make up for that lost time. I came to Rokkenjima reluctantly. It's not like I had some duty to come here today. I came back and guess at that, a massacre occurred? Then what? You're saying that if I hadn't come back, no one would have had to die? Say it in red. Can you say in red, if I hadn't come back, this massacre crime wouldn't have occurred? There's no way you can say it, because you're the culprit for everything. Repeat it. If Ushiromiya Battler hadn't returned to Rokkenjima, this crime couldn't have occurred. If you can say it, try saying it. Can't do it, can't you? You can't. The culprit's you, not me. Don't try to rub that responsibility off onto me. in red. Try it. You can't. My existence has nothing to do with the crime. Quit saying incomprehensible stuff and trying to confuse me! I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops. Is it Jover? Is there nothing that you remember? Sorry. I don't even have a clue. She's mad as fuck. Hey. Starting to get a little pissed off. There's something you want to say, then say it. If you have a grudge against me, you just have to say it out loud. Don't do it in such a dirty way, forcing me to remember. Can you remember any sin? No! I can't remember anything! I'm stupid! So he says that he can remember nothing. With this, are your regrets at an end? Hmm? Even a hopeless bet can leave behind regrets if you don't take it. That's enough. The betting itself has meaning. Maybe true. Is she talking to herself? In that case, this is the end of my regrets. And my game. What will you do? Who knows? I'm not interested at all anymore. Sorry, but I wish to leave the game board now. What? I see, I understand. I'll take over for the rest of the game. You may rest. What? What? 2? There's 2 Beatrices, what? All that remains I will finish. You may forget everything and bury your head in your pillow. The feather futon should gently protect you from everything. I'll be counting on you to finish up the rest. Could this be the Beatrice that Battler was talking about from like episode 2 or 3? That was hidden in the mansion that Rosa got killed or something? Oh wait, no, she died. That was when Rosa was a kid. There's no way. There's no way that Battler had anything to do with it then. Leave it to me. Leave everything else to me and sleep. The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself. The other witch who had appeared from behind remained. She certainly was identical to the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice cold. Completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits. Hey! You listening? Isn't this enough for that test thing? I don't care whether I passed or failed. I won't be satisfied until I can bash your face. Come down here, or open this door! The witch didn't answer. Her eyes were as ice cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she'd first appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. I'm so confused. The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed Gop was making fun of Virgilia, having tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting Lia, and Gop at each other. With this as a sideshow, Kinzo and Renov had opened a new bottle. Oh, you're back! How were the results of Battler's test? Maria's test got passing marks with no complaints, you see. I've despised her as a little girl. Let's see, why, oh my! Not bad! It seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. Facing Beto, who had returned, he left with the same level of tension as the time they'd left for the tests. However, Renova and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Gop also froze her expression and went silent. What is it, Beatrice, my beloved witch? Not enough to drink? Not enough on the side? Let's pour it all over a cow or something and roast it all. Not bad. Renov, prepare one right away. Beatrice, let's leave the results of Battler's test for later. Why don't we have a toast with spare rib first? Roast yourself? Oh. What? The witch who had spoken bluntly coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over laughing in a great mood. Then behind the witch's back— is he gonna get burned alive again? God damn it! The old— right when we thought he was gonna live to the end, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. As crimson flames spat from his eyes, mouth, nose, and every hole in his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Poor guy! Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain. What has happened, milady? I've gotten over my excitement. Clean up those bothersome cinders. Beatrice's expression was unbelievably different. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her. Yes, I'll clean it up. Gop made a jet black pitfall swallow up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gop might have also been burned. A thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while they're walking. That was how much unconsciously and mercilessly Beto was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby. I can't believe Kinzo just caught a random fucking stray. That's so fucking funny. He literally just caught the most random fucking stray. What is it, Beto? don't want to answer. No. Even answering is too much of a pain to do now. This isn't like you. Did something happen? Did Battler say something? Oh. She said she just didn't even want to answer. Come on. Beatriz didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it. There was a change in Gab. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking. In an instant, turned Gab into a glass sculpture. Gab! Disappear for a while. I'm in a very bad mood. Beatriz spoke that in a truly cold voice, which could freeze the heart by just hearing it. Certainly. And please allow us to retire. If you need anything, call at any time. After bowing, Renault turned into a cloud of golden butterflies and hid himself. After turning Gop, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of butterflies, Virgilia also turned into a cloud which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatriz stood still alone. Since the time she'd returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed, and she looked a bit displeased. When she whispered disappeared in that instant, the room was cleaned up in a flash as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. The contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room till a short moment ago. The study returned to silence. Wawa. Okay, that's better. And she called, muttering, "Are you there, Battler? Been here for a while. How's it going on with you? You've been strange since a short while ago." Do I seem strange? My apologies. Even though you were drinking so happily with that damn geezer, you suddenly burned him up. Your demoness friend is a glass sculpture. When you told the demon button and your teacher to leave, they disappeared right away too. How fickle and selfish are you? What? Battler, I'm done. Done with what? I've grown bored of this. Huh? That's... well... You were the one who started this game. I mean, if you've had enough, that's great for me. So basically, you're giving up? I'm not giving up. I'm simply ending it. No, I won't even end it. I'm just abandoning this game for all eternity. Doesn't that mean you're giving up? Nah, the words "got bored of and threw it away" fit you perfectly. That's correct. I grew bored of it and I'm throwing it away. I don't care what happens next. It can remain abandoned and gather dust as much as you like. Shouldn't you be yeah, you should be getting concerned now, Battler. What the? What's going on with you? You've been kinda hard to deal with since a short while ago. Are these still the after effects of that incomprehensible test from earlier? If you've got a grudge, all you have to do is say so clearly. You said in red that it has nothing to do with you, but that's gotta be a play on words, right? It's written all over your face. You have a grudge against me. How many times will I have to say I have no grudge against you before you'll understand? At the time you committed your sin, I didn't exist. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this even once till now. Well, you were the one who provoked me into this game. A bit let down that it wasn't resolved, but feel free to invite me again if you feel like it. When that happens, allow me to politely refuse, okay? He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beto showed no reaction. But bro doesn't fall for the usual rage bait. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue. We've circled around October 4th and 5th over and over, but I finally just had about enough of this role. This way the boat will come tomorrow. That's right. The seagulls will return to the harbor. We'll finally be able to hear Okanjima's signature Nya-Nya cries. After all, maybe because of the weather, they weren't there at all when I came to the island. When the seagulls cry, everything ends, I guess. All done. The end. What a relief. Exactly what is it that you're misunderstanding? Hmm? What'd you say? I said that nothing would end. But this everything will be abandoned. The game will be forgotten and the pieces on the board will be abandoned as they lay. No advancing or returning, no taking and being taken. No victory, defeat, not even a tie. Just abandoned. Does that mean it's over? No, Battler! No! It's like when you pause a game and you don't shut it off, you just leave. Wrong. On my turn, the game will stop for all eternity. Your turn won't come. So there'll be no victory, nor defeat, nor a tie. In the past, I couldn't let you do that. After all, one of my goals was winning against you. However, I've lost interest. So there's no longer any point in making moves any longer. What do you mean by my turn not coming? I thought that Beto getting tired of the game and I'd be released and I'd be able to escape Okanjima. But for some reason, Beto's repeated words about the differences in abandoning the game and settling it got my attention. What don't you understand? At the time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. Oh, is it Angie? Oh no, it's Brunkasto. What this kid saying goes something like this. She means putting the lid on this game and leaving the pieces as they are. The game will be locked away for eternity without ending. The only way for you to return to your original world is to win against Beto. So if Beto abandons the game, get it? Suddenly, in a different place was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but couldn't remember. If the game's abandoned, then... Huh? That's right. The match won't be resolved unless enemies and allies meet. It would mean that you'd never be able to win and escape from this world for all eternity. What it comes down to, I guess, is something like taking the key to the cage you're locked in, fastening it to the collar of a pigeon or something, and letting it fly. This isn't funny, Tom. We didn't come this far to watch such a boring game. Calling it a day like this is no joke. I agree with Lambda. I came here to make a battler win, and to make you writhe in defeat. I still haven't achieved that goal. I won't stand for you abandoning the game at a time like this and running away. I acknowledge it would mean the curtain call for a game that disappoints you ladies. However, I, the host of this tea party, am fickle. Once it's lost its fun, I know no way of entertaining. I believe that's been my witch-like way of doing things from the beginning. There's no problems, yes? Certainly. I won't go against your creed. I won't accept it. Quit fooling around. How much do you think I've supported you? You think I'd be okay with that after all this preparation? Don't mess with me. I'm saying I've tired of it. Nothing more or less. That's not gonna fly. We'll have you continue this game. You want to win against Battler, right? You want to win and make him surrender, right? You're almost there, aren't you? Am I right?
Don't ask me that. I have an opinion too. Let me say it. What? This is a fight you picked. I'm prepared to settle this once and for all. I've come close to surrendering many times, but I've never had any intention of escaping partway through leaving the match undecided. Since I'm here showing the will to fight, you'd better not run away, Beatrice.
I agree. Getting Battler involved and then leaving without giving him victory or defeat is just too irresponsible. Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was calling Beto irresponsible. This is pretty irresponsible of her. I mean, it's evil to be the one to pick the fight and then leave. That's fucked up. Even though I assume the game was started for another ulterior motive, as opposed to only just being for boredom's sake. So give me a second. Let me use restroom.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, I needed that. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Uh.
どうやらわらわが無責任だと罵られる最大の理由は
It seems I'm mostly being called irresponsible because Battler will, as my opponent, be stuck.
ならば
In that case, Battler, will you step down from being an opponent as I shall?
わらわは批判されることも
That way I've done nothing worthy of criticism. Hell no! If I step down, will I be able to leave Rokenjima?
出られるわけもなか
There's no chance I'll be able to
勝
leave.
手に誇りを浴び
Just be covered in dust and let it pile up on you.
ふざけないで
Quit fooling around. Come on, be fucking nice to him. He doesn't deserve this. You've trapped in here for an eternity. The fuck?
これだけ大勢の人間を殺した
You've killed such a large number of people.
魔女の
On
力
top of that, using a witch's power, you've done it over and over. Killing in gruesome ways. I won't let you escape without taking responsibility.
許せない責任
What is it I should do to take this so-called responsibility?
責任とやらを決着をつけるまで戦い
Fight
なさい
until a resolution is
バ
reached.
トラは正面の
Battler will sit in the chair across from you, never giving up and fighting till he beats you.
だからあなたも
So you fight too until you're defeated.
それが嫌なら
If you don't like that, try and defeat him.
許さない全てうやむやにして
I won't forgive you if you leave everything unresolved and abandon Battler in this chair, locking him up and never letting him return.
許さない
I won't forgive you. To be perfectly honest, I don't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game no matter what. That's our sister that you don't know about! That's our half-sister! So I responded in kind. Beaton, face me. She just looks like this. She just looks like the face I'm fucking making. So fucking funny. I'm here, across from you, in the seat of your rival. Get it? Long as I continue to sit here, I won't allow you to escape. So don't escape. Fight. Isn't this a fight you started? You did all that crap over and over, making a complete mess of things. How could I let you end it because you're tired after all this time? I'm your opponent. As long as I'm here, I won't let you escape. You listening, you irresponsible witch? Try saying something! After I yelled at her, Beto went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her or whether she was thinking about something different, I couldn't tell. But for a while she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned back to me and said this.
バトラが対戦相手をやめてくれぬ以上
So since Battler won't quit as my opponent, the ladies are saying my abandonment of this game won't be acknowledged.
ならばと
In that case, let's ask.
そこにいる
Let's see if the man over there was qualified to be my opponent in the first place.
資格
Qualified? Probably had something to do with that test or whatever just now.
何をする
What are you planning?
あんたまさ
What's
か
going on? Don't tell me you're...
気これよりそなたにわらわの対戦
I'll now
相手として
determine whether or not
資
you're
格
qualified to be my
がある
opponent.
それを問うよいか
Ready, Battler?
その資格が認められれば
If those qualifications are acknowledged, I'll stay in my seat and continue the game. And I shall promise to fight for all eternity till the outcome's decided. I was ready for that from the beginning. However, if you're not qualified, you must disappear. If the opponent disappears, there's no game. I can leave this place openly. Are the ladies satisfied? Interruptions won't be necessary. Do as you like. Is he gonna die if he loses this? He's fucked! Disappear means literal. Oh fuck, it's so over. Make sure you answer well, battler. The reason I'm here is cause I'm qualified, right? The reason you're here is cause she was bored. There's nothing to be scared of. You couldn't be. Gretel grew suddenly pale. I thought her to be the calm, collected type, so that expression surprised. Is she gonna tell me? Fucking solve the riddle? Solve the epitaph? Well then, battler. Oh shit. I shall have you repeat it in red. You're telling me to repeat something? Damn you, stealing my signature move. But can I use the red truth too? How? If you wish for it to be that way, you can do it. It's easy. My name's Ushiromiya Battler. Wow, pretty cool. Stop it! I know what you're after! But stop that! He's... What's going on? Is it because he's using magic or something? Is he gonna cause her? Or is she trying to make him implode because there's so much magic resistance inside of him, and then if he uses magic... Ah! When Gretel yelled, Beto glared at her. Then her form was wiped away in an instant. What?! Leave your seat for a while. You two ladies, if you interfere, I won't hold back. We won't get in the way. Do as you like. Burn, this is bad. She's trying to erase Battler. What's that? What's she planning? Well, then I'll question your qualifications. Interesting. Attack and defense are reversed from a usual game. This is a very precious experience coming at the very, very end. Listen carefully. I will speak with the red first. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. And I opened this game in order to fight Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya Battler. I should save. I know that. So what? Repeat it. Ushiromiya Battler's mother is Ushiromiya Asuna. What? Where's Bob's name popping up all of a sudden? I don't require chatter. Just repeat it in red. Beto urged me with the same indifferent tone. But I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I have absolutely nothing to feel guilty for that would trouble me if thrown in my face, and there's nothing I'm hiding. Nothing that could trouble me by demanding that I repeat it, so why do something like this? Sure, I'll repeat it. Ushiromiya Battler's mother is Ushiromiya Asuna. She fucking blows up and dies. Red chair is convenient. Don't need to bother myself with bringing a copy of the family register. Idle chatter is unnecessary. Continue. Your name is Ushiromiya Battler. Sure. My name's Ushiromiya Battler. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that Ushiromiya Battler was born. It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that Ushinomiya Battler was born. What's going on? It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that you were born. Okay. What? What? Are you trying to say that he's not Ushinomiya Battler? It was from Ushinomiya. At that time, my throat suddenly closed, and I was rapidly assaulted with a choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time. It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that I was... Damn. It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that I was... What the hell? Even though I was doing it so easily a second ago, I stopped being able to get the red to work? Do you refuse to repeat it? I'm not refusing anything! It's not working for some reason! It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that I was born! Why? Why can't I use the red? What the hell? My mom's Ushinomiya Asumu, right? Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is... If you try to forcefully speak red that can't be spoken, you choke. There's no need to strain yourself. Allow me to use the aforementioned fact to press you in blue. Do you remember? The blue is used to proclaim a theory for the opponent to deny. They are then burdened with the responsibility of denying that in red, and if they don't, it becomes your victory. Let's begin. Due to my previous demand to repeat and your subsequent refusal, I proclaim you are not qualified to be my opponent. After all, Beatrice opened this game in order to fight with Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushinomiya Battler. This gave you the responsibility as my opponent to declare in red that you are Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushinomiya Battler. You've refused to repeat that. This means the loss of your qualifications. Deny something about that in red quickly! Sure. Okay, he is Ushinomiya Battler. That doesn't make any sense. He is Ushinomiya Battler. But then why is Ushinomiya Asumu not working? He is Ushinomiya Battler. He said that in red. I am Ushinomiya Battler because I can say that in red. I should be your opponent. It may be a fact that you have the name Ushinomiya Battler. However... What?! People's names are not exclusive. There's a possibility that multiple humans have the name Ushinomiya Battler. In short, this is what it means. You are a different person with the same first and last names as Ushinomiya Asumu's son, Ushinomiya Battler. What'd you say? Don't be so stupid! I'm Mom's child! Ushinomiya Asumu's child! It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that... Why? Why can't I say that I was born from mom? How could something so stupid be true? No need to suffer. I won't toy with you. This is checkmate. You are not Ushinomiya Asuma's son. You're kidding me. Who are you? What person calling themselves Ushinomiya Battler? Wait! Wait a second! I am Ushinomiya Battler. It was from Ushinomiya Asumu that I was born and I'm dad and mom's son. No. There's no way you're my opponent, Ushinomiya Battler. With this as proof. Proof, you say? You don't know of that sin 6 years ago. That's... No. The true Ushinomiya Battler wouldn't have committed a sin. But a sin did occur in the end. That span of 6 years became a blank space. And a man who knew nothing out of that time took the name Ushinomiya Battler and appeared on Rokenshima. What? This random fucking guy? What? That truth goes like this. 6 years ago, my opponent, the true Ushinomiya Battler, was already dead. You were part of a plot by Rudolph having something to do with the distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in Battler's place? No, that wasn't in red. No, I don't believe that shit. No, bullshit. How could something that stupid be true? That's so ridiculous. Battler, get a hold of yourself! Well, if you can't counter back, there's nothing more to do. Battler didn't possess that qualification. That's how it is. Are you okay with that burn? If you accept that, you'll lose too, right? Won't you win? Why are you taking Battler's side? What a shame, Battler. What a real shame that you didn't have the qualifications to be her opponent. I was careless myself, betting on an unqualified piece. It's my utter defeat, Beatrice. There's no victory or defeat. The opponent will simply disappear. Or I should say that he was never there to begin with. I'm so confused! What? What do you mean 6 years ago? He was already dead! What do you mean? What? What's going on, dog? Sorry, I'm writing down notes for the inheritance. But then, who am I? Am I not dead and mom's kid? Who am I? What am I? I'm not mom's kid, then what are you saying? I'm some kid they picked up somewhere like a stray cat? If that's the case, it would mean you don't share Kinzo's blood. Either way, you're not qualified to compete in this game. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Just say you're from the Ushinomiya family. How about that? You can declare that. Enough. From the very beginning, I was faintly aware of the possibility you weren't Ushinomiya Battler. So I had to question you. I had to ask about something the real Battler would have known. What a shame. I even bet on the 1 in a quadrillion chance of a miracle that you might really be Ushinomiya Battler. But it seems you're really a different person with the same first and last names.
別人だ
Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No! Maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. Yet he wasn't given an answer. The world stained with darkness. Atos spoke something and Lambda Delta ran up to him, yelling something very quickly. It already seemed far away and it didn't reach Battler's ears. No! Then he, not knowing who he himself was erased himself? What? And then this is the part where he comes back and he's like, I'm fucking back, baby. I'm fucking Battler Ushinomiya. And he does that, right? And he widely swings his tongue out and he's like, ah. And then we all start laughing because it's all part of a big joke, right? Right? My opponent disappeared, if you'll excuse me. Ladies, you should get ready for your journey. No more festivities have been prepared for in my territory. It was good seeing you. Goodbye. Without saying anything more, she clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared. Are you okay with this? Battler disappeared, right? I know how much you hate losing. Are you really okay with this? Weren't you betting on my defeat? Good for you then. Congratulations, Lambda. Let's meet again in some other world, okay? This is a world of endless fragments. The chances of us having some connection again somewhere are probably less than one in a quadrillion. It was fun. Bye. No! Wait up, burn! Chasing after Brinkislow disappeared, Lambda Dental disappeared as well. After that, everyone was gone and the study was now empty. It returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the outset. No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. What? Then what happens to the battler in this empty game? Or this abandoned game? What happens? In a world where everything sunk to darkness, Beato questioned herself. As I thought from the very beginning, magic should only have been used within Mariage Sorcière.
Same so. I also thought that with Angie.
The Witches' Alliance is you and I. It started with those two. Including other people was the first mistake.
It's just so fun. We wanted to add someone close to us to that circle. And we wish that the Witches' Alliance would get really large. That everyone would be able to use fun magic together and we'd all be happy.
However, only you and I were able to understand magic after all. We're the only two witches in this world who were brought together by a miracle. And now as long as I have Beto, I don't need anyone else. Me too. As long as you're here, I don't need anyone else anymore. In the very first moment that Mariage Sorcière was formed, it was already complete. That's so... It's truly so... Huh? Whoa! It was once a Witches' Alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What did I want to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. I may remember, but that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion. It's okay, why not forget everything? Let's have a Mariya Sushiro for just the two of us. We'll acknowledge each other, and no one will hurt us. So we won't be hurt, we won't cry. Let's forget everything. Hey, Beto, we are eternal. Maria. Oh. She's crying. What the fuck? Now what happens? Ah! Of course. The world 12 years later. It's time for the boat ride. Wait, so what? So Battler disappears, and then Maria and Beatrice go to another world, and then they just have like an eternal tea party. But what happened with Angie and like when she was in that futon store, and then she saw something off in the darkness? What? What was that? Amakusa, could you turn that off? Oh, my bad. You don't like Amzaki? I'm just not in the mood. Aw, hey, that was fucking awesome. That was snazzy. Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea, and blotted out by the ocean's gray. Can you see it? Over there's where the harbor was at the time. The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall that scene of 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time. But no memories came back to me. After that, the island was sealed off, or after that incident, the island was sealed off. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was inevitable, and I felt sad and painful for some reason. But I at least remember one thing. You might say that it'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. The cries. Umineko! I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean. So everything that symbolized the ocean meant Renkunjima and a family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point, it seems doubtful whether even that was happiness. My younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings. Okanjima, huh? Place of all beginnings, and the end of the line for all journeys. Amakusa, in an attempt to speak from my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hoped that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island's silhouette, at the time just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember fucking anything. Please tell me, Captain, about that other harbor you mentioned.
Sure. Renkunjima supposedly only has one harbor, and that's only for public appearances.
In the back of the island, there's another hidden harbor, like Renkunjima itself. It has a second face which no one knows about.
Renkunjima is an island owned by the Ushinomiya family. It has another face as an island owned by Kinzu-san personally. So the island has two harbors and two mansions. He sure spent a lot just to keep a mistress.
Who knew about this other harbor?
限られと
Very few.
金蔵さん
Kinzo, the butler Genji, those of us involved with the boats, and a very small number of the oldest servants. Both the previous owner of the Nanjo clique and that Kumasawa boss-san knew. And naming them off like this makes it sound like there were quite a few, but basically, just a small handful of them. Please tell me about that other mansion. I was only told that there was a mansion called Kuadorian. Since I wasn't allowed to leave the boat, I never saw it. Not even once. So it was far enough away you couldn't see it from the harbor. Oh no. But it was a hidden mansion after all. It's probably built where you couldn't see it from the outside. Anyway, Kuadorian was the biggest secret of that island. There's a theory that Beatrice lived in Kuadorian or else was confined there. What do you think, Captain? I did sometimes carry miscellaneous goods to Kuadorian. That include lots of stuff they really wouldn't would use, and expensive stuff at that. I'm also convinced that theory is true. So does that mean you never saw Beatrice directly, Captain? Nope. I ain't no shit. Came and went for about 20 years and I never saw her once. 20 years? Means she was at least 20 plus. Looks like she wasn't some mademoiselle. One day, bang! I'll coming and going to and from. I'll coming and going to and from Kuadorian suddenly snapped. That was about 30 years ago. So around the Showa era, 43, 1968, I'd think. Bang? You mean suddenly? We came to the hidden side on a set schedule to carry food and trash back and forth. Alright, the hidden side's what we call the harbor linked to Kuadorian. I get it. So then? One day we get an urgent message from Genji-san. He said that until we heard differently, there was no need for us to go to the hidden side no more. And did you hear differently? Nah, not really. Long story short, suddenly I was told that they wouldn't need regular service to the hidden side no more, that I didn't have to take no food there either. At first I thought I was being fired, but I quickly figured it out. Going by the reactions of the servants who knew of Kuadorian, I managed to guess. She died. Beatrice died and there was no longer any need to take food or people to care for her. That's what I think. From that point on, I was never told to take a boat to the hidden side. However, after that, Genji came to see me face to face and got pushy, strongly urging me never to speak of anything related to the hidden side till I died. Oh, well, look. Guess who doesn't give a fuck? He loves gossiping. So if that hidden mansion was abandoned for 20 years, why was Aunt Ava there? Ushinomiya Ava somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. Why was she hidden in a mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years? I saw on them talk shows, even I don't got no clue what happened. Not once did I got Ava to that there hidden side. I ain't got no idea how or why she knew about that or reached Kuadorian. It's because she solved the epitaph. I wonder if it was possible to reach this hidden Kuadorian by land. If, as we heard, the force was dense and uncultivated, I seriously doubt a well-dressed lady person would be able to bush crash it. So what about by sea? Maybe there was a motorboat or something. You kidding? That two-nighter typhoon was awful. No way you could have used a boat. What if there was an underground passage or something between the mansion and Kuwadorian? Wouldn't it have been a pain to have chartered a boat each time he wanted to visit his mistress's house? You mean a tunnel long enough to connect mansions on opposite sides of a 2-kilometer island like Rokenjima? I mean, I'd like to laugh at the thought that the rich guy made a whole hidden mansion for his mistress. Guess I can't deny the possibility. What do you think, Captain?
I'm a man of the sea. I don't know shit about hoes.
With the Japanese military digging a 25-kilometer tunnel on Iwo Jima, wouldn't surprise me if that Kinto-san could dig at least 2 kilometers. There really is something wrong with this island. It's fucking cursed, Angie! Even now, not one of us really knows a thing about it. Have we arrived yet? What was in the darkness? I want to know. What the fuck, man? The boat reached the shore. He would have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion.
My way there. Mansion's that away. House from back then's probably still there, but I bet it's covered with plants. Make sure you don't get lost.
Right, let's go. Thanks for everything, Amakusa. You wait here too. What? I had a feeling you'd say that. I'm just delivering something. It'll be troublesome for them if you come too. Who's them? I imagine your toxin is strong. Oh. Toxin? Oh. I'll be back soon. Today our main goal is Kuwadorian. After I deliver this, I'll come right back. Angie put on her knapsack, holding the flowers she would offer.
Here's some space singing. See you soon, little lady. Your family's waiting for you.
Oh. How grey and dilapidated. I'd never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it'd probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I'd lose track of the path. The road that was left was much clearer than I'd guessed it'd be. That didn't change the fact that it was a bad road, though. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I'd been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me, I could feel the presence like an aura of the golden witch Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen lumps of rock along with overgrown trees and ivy. The voices of birds and bugs. I feel that the witch is here. I heard an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning signs stood.
No entry, Tokyo Metropolis, who gav?
When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city, but Rokenjima is also located with the Tokyo Metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forest and rock walls spread out before me, but I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags you might even call gentle cliffs, and it'd be easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seems that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998, and it's that day and today. The boundary between this world and Nirvana. Spot is this journey's final destination, it seems. As the strong winds blew Momone's and Sakotara's hair, they looked down from the hilltop. I can't really tell from here. Where's the mansion? Let's get closer.
Uryu, that's impossible. We won't be able to fucking come back, dude.
We won't be able to come back, is that it? I see. This is 1998. And I am the Ushinomiya Angie who's been left alone. At first, this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something. Yeah, I'm sorry, you too. Although as I was back then on that day, I would have gone down that cliff without any hesitation. Come on, this is pretty lame for the skyscraper jumping Ushinomiya Angie. Sorry. She jumping? What?
This place is as good as any. After all, you can feel the wind of that day.
Was the wind really like this?
Yes. Very soon they'll come. Everyone.
Takataro said as though it was completely natural, and I believed it. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria Oni-chan. It's me, it's Angie. I've come back. When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract and I hadn't understood. But now I've no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushinomiya Angie. And a journey reaches an end. And a journey reach an end as the last witch of the mariage sorcière. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushinomiya family, and as the last witch. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, sorry. Let me greet Maria Oni-chan first. A strong tailwind urged me on. Jump! Fucking jump! That tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here on I couldn't see, I believed it flew me to the mansion on that day to where everyone was. Is she astral projecting right now? And even though my body was on the top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast sky of Rokanjima, below me, the green of many trees. But I understand. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives and all the servants, and Maria One-chan too. I could even comprehend her as a witch. It was vast, more so than any space I'd imagined up until now. Can you hear me, Maria? Listen. And she called to the Maria of that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it. So now I finally understand everything. I understand magic. Our magic is surely very faint and fills the space between us, but it isn't something that anyone can see with their eyes. Magic is love! Magic is yes, I can say it clearly. Without love, it cannot be seen. Sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance, but now I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after that day I wounded you, Mariage Sorcière was transfigured into something different from what you desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to One-chan those days. One-chan's environment was sad enough to permit it. Now those sad days are over. So let's return One-chan's alliance of witches back to the original Mariage Sorcière. The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. Strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world was kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? To give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner creme croquette? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with happiness. We're kinda sorry. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings that had once been colorful gradually began to change into the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings.
Evil magic for harming people, evil.
How would you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? To give birth to magic that would injure someone in class that they died? That would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages in her heart. As I heard One-chan, Maria Sorcier ended up like this. One-chan isn't a black evil witch. She was a white, pure, innocent witch. I'll return it to how it was. I'll bring back the original Maria. The one who scattered magic to make people happy across the world. That's the reason I came here. I was guided by fate. Maria, can you hear me? Show yourself before me. That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past, and then the wind ceased and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. What? I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria One-chan's footsteps. How did she get here so fast? Take out your gun and shoot her. Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria-chan in the slightest, were standing there surrounding me. I felt like my voice had just been about to reach Maria One-chan too. Because of these guys' toxin, that magic was cut off. And she clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way. Kill her! Push her off the cliff, bro! Hi, Rena. Is this anime? Yeah, sure, man. It's anime. You're gonna throw them, right? Go ahead. Won't wait that long. What are you waiting for? But Angie could more or less guess. The way the black suits naturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood they had handguns. It's a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I've absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumidera family. But if I die, all that wealth will go to them. And like me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly go to them, it'll be pretty bad for the group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okanogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake. How long have you been waiting for this ambush, Aunt Kasumi? It's early morning? What the fuck? Thanks to that, I'm completely tired of waiting. After all, there's no cafes or dressing rooms here. I guess you had to elegantly drop a load behind a tree? Ew. A lady with half Sumadera blood flowing through her veins will not use such filthy words. Fuck you! You really are Sumadera Kirie's child. Not a trace of grace. She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then spat at me? My words might be filthy, but they're no worse than her spit. Every time you talk to me, it's always about Mom. Am I really that much like her? Yes, you are. That impertinent gaze. Your mouth and nose are the same too. freewheeling and irresponsible. You thought nothing of the long history and tradition of the Sumedera family and selfishly flew it out of the house. Thanks to that, my entire life has been devoted to cleaning up your mess. Wah, 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 wah. Guess your life really has been covered with crap. When I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in advance, the ground was kicked, and I was struck with sand. Where's Amakusa with the sniper rifle? You truly are like Nessa. That gaze like you're mocking me somehow. You remember so many things. You're a shed person. I'll bet that since you were young, you always got compared to Mom and got scorned. And for your entire life, you'll never be released from that wretchedness. A little girl like you couldn't possibly understand. Your mother's a loser who threw away everything and ran away from the Sumedera family. Do you know how much trouble I went through because of that?
Don't got anything to do with me! Ah, sorry, what am I supposed to do about something that happened before I was born?
When's your life gonna begin? It never will. For all eternity, you'll always be sneered at by my dead mother till you die. If only you just died. Why are you living?
Lol.
You little piss. You little pee-pee head. Make her some tea. Oh, I guess that means kill her.
You big mouth shitty brat. Let's teach you a little lesson.
Black suit dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck and dragged me down. Whatever you want to her till my break's over. Teach my cute niece her place. Sumedera Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumedera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. In actuality, strong leadership was required so that they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, like a literal reading of the word Okami. Managing the Sumedera family with all its traditions wasn't something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kirie. She'd undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. On the contrary, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kirie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kirie had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushinomiya Rudolph. From that perspective, even though the Ushinomiya family held a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed, and had become not even a legal wife but a mistress to the second son of that family. The daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole in the end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But her punishment ended with disinheritance. After that, the Sumedera family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Ushinomiya group. It must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kirie openly left the family under the pretense of getting financial support from the Ushinomiya family. Kasumi had watched it happen in shock. She even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. Eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kirie had borne would be passed on to her, and the first time she saw that she'd been outwitted. Oh, because of your mom. Oh, because of your mom, you had to actually do something with your life. I don't give a fuck about your dialogue, to be honest. Isn't that what you get for making light of life until then? Ow! Don't you ever stop talking, girl, yeah? Ow, ow! The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over. But I was grabbed by the nape of the neck and made to stand up again. Kasumi cold-heartedly looked down at me, smoking. The painful days after Kirie had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she'd been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister, Kirie, had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live nothing more than a princess. And everything was flipped over and her life came crashing down. Oh my god, cry about it! I keep crying. Glad to hear it. Keep up the good work. Ow! A kick landed at Angie's side as she crawled on the ground. She didn't stand up again. So she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up. She was with her husband, looking very happy. Oh, where? Okay, fucking abandon your family too then. Just leave. Just go. Forehead. So what? How's taking it out on me gonna make you happy, bitch? We're taking it out on me, turn back time and change history or something? I said something a short while ago. When did my life start? No matter how much I despise you or take out my frustrations on you, I can't turn back time. So must I keep hating my sister even though she's gone till I die? How long will I have to be tormented by my sister's ghost? You're the one letting it torment you, bro. Angie was about to lash back out at her, but stopped, because she'd be kicked again if she responded. Kasumi thought that by taking revenge against her daughter, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people. Sorry, my mother caused it. Fuck off, bro. Who'd say something like that? Ow! Uryu! Angie! Angie! Angie, no! You mustn't provoke them! She don't gaff. You should at least make it seem like you're going along with them so you can buy some time. They often say that you should throw your foolish pride out with the garbage. What about Amakusa? If Amakusa comes, I'm sure... It's no use, I can't see him. Idiot! You fucking idiot, Angie! Why'd you leave him behind? I didn't need Momon to tell me. I was regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I've no doubts that signs of activity here won't reach the bow. During the time it took for Kasumi to finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits as she had told them to. The moment I grabbed at my head, my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle and my head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this grey, twisted world is one I remembered clearly. My life was similar to the one Kasumi led. After all, as the successor, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training. Having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seem to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushinomiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I'd forget what mistake I was being blamed for. Why is she tweaking in this fucking memory? In fact, it was the same for Aunt Ava. After all, she'd ask herself, what was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like, if I'm angry, it must be your fault. The fact that your fault is what matters. So who cares if I can't remember what it was you did? Aunt Ava's punishment wasn't something that would continue till I learned something, or acknowledged my mistake, or apologized. It would continue until she wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. Okay, and then Maria descends from the sky and blasts them with fucking lightning. I open my eyes and look, there's Aunt Ava, right next to Kasumi, who's smoking. I can see her almost as though the two of them are laughing together. When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's life might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the family, which she often mentioned to me, had probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the targets of themselves. It was probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the honorable family, she must have gone through many tough times. So it was just like what Aunt Ava did to me. Just like what Sumadera Kasumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. People tend to push the pain they're burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from it. So on, in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness doesn't end. Me, when I perpetuate the cycle of toxicity in Fortnite by being toxic and teabagging and like doing dances on somebody I killed, and the 12-year-old's fucking crying and grows bitter as fuck as they grow up. That's why Maria One-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain was probably pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But she didn't carry that burden on her own. She purified it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure if Maria had had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced on her onto her children. Oh my god, it's there it is again. The fucking issue with fucking Umineko is they repeat the same fucking thing for like 2 things in a row, and it pisses me off. Maria One-chan cut it with her magic.
What's wrong? Can you bone your big with me?
In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred with hatred so that they'd cancel each other out. Nothing got cancelled out. The thing being forced on me ended up right there on my shoulders. Just like how even now I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushinomiya Ava again. What I could see through to was a sad human form no different from me, who'd lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart.
Unable to withstand that pain, she was doing nothing more than howling sadly like a lion crying in pain. Like a child. No, if she was like a lion, she would be like, the lion does not concern itself with pain or a torn heart. Even Ushiromiya Eva was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Grokenjima crime, who was faced with the curiosity of all of society, who was slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, and needed someone's compassion. In order to let Eva forget her pain and sadness at least a little, the Black Witch taught her magic just like the times it had possessed Aunt Rosa. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria Onechan when she was mourning for Sakataro. So I mustn't hate her. Maybe I should have become her ally as the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that I acted as though she'd killed my family and returned on her own? I can't believe it. Aunt Eva, who's never been more than an object of and a synonym for hatred throughout my life, is turning into a human I can understand. So I can see right next to Aunt Eva the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Eek! Aunt Eva was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give me back my dad and mom." I can make the excuse I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her at the time, it had probably been cruel enough to sever the last thread in her heart. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truth of her husband's business and character and even her beloved son were negated. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness, at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release. And so the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the witch. Black magic can probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts the weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto other victims, filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Eva knew of white magic and had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been me? Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness? Okay, my throat's fucking parched. I can't keep reading this. I'm so fucking thirsty. Fucking Christ, it keeps going on. Hold on. Where's my water?
That's better. Okay. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you. Alright. Magic, magic, magic. If I taught her with that magic, could we have
Been friends? Could we have been a completely different relationship?
Up until now, I've hated Aunt Ava constantly, so I didn't notice the black witch beside her. Without love, it cannot be seen! Without love! I fucking knew it! I knew it! Without love, it could not be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I should truly hate. What's this? You can see me? I see you. The one I should have hated wasn't Aunt Ava. It's you.
Wow, awesome!
To think that a lowly human could see a witch like me.
So,
You trying to say something with that glare? Do you hate me? Hey, yes I do. That's not quite it. I just feel bad for you. I think you're sad, bro. Sad? What are you saying? Come on, go ahead. Why not hate me as much as you want? Hating you means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aunt Ava's hatred. I'll put a stop to that. I'll accept Aunt Ava's pain, purify it and throw it away.
what kind of epiphany do you think you've had? Is your head alright? If only you just give up and die.
Shaking my damn head. Black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back. Like, you guys have like no moral. The paycheck cannot be that good, even if you have like a whole ass family back home. The paycheck cannot be that good that none of you are not having moral qualms right now and wondering like, you guys think we should be like kicking an 18-year-old girl while we're all in our mid-30s? Do you think the paycheck is worth it, you guys? There's no way none of them are having this. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, somebody push her off the cliff!
You keep staring right at me. You hate me. I'll bet you do. Same here.
Kasumi sneered at me, but for some reason I had the feeling she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never, ever heal. The sad lion does not concern himself with gasping in pain from the floor and he can't get out.
Hey, look over there. It's you as you used to be. Don't you feel better now? You used to be standing there, but now you're on the other side. Isn't it awesome? Don't you like having the roles switched?
本当に愉快だわ。
You're going to hell.
できるのよ。エンジェ、泣きなさいよ。泣きたいんでしょ。
Oh great, they're having a fucking laugh off.
みたいのよ。泣いてごめんなさい、かすみおばさんって言ってごらんなさいよ。そう、あの言葉、辛いでしょ。自分のせいじゃないことを謝らせられるのって本当に。
Isn't being made to apologize for something that's not your fault just the worst? Like I feel the same way. By doing that, you can relieve your pain.
Yeah, that's it.
もっと自分に素直になりなさい。もっともっといっぱいに自分の感情を吐き出しちゃえば。
The Black Witch provoked Kasumi, and Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. By turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget it for just an instant, nothing would change. The words Kasumi insulted me with were themselves sad. And I couldn't forgive the Black Witch who would impose that sadness on her. I'd gauntlet what seems to have stopped the black suit's kicking competition. Or maybe they were getting tired too. Kasumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point they did. I was reflected, though, in Kasumi's eyes, and they burned me with flames of hatred. She'd been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain. You're not done yet. You've got much more trampling to do, right? Can you forgive what happened to your entire life with just a little violence?
まだこれくらいでは許せないんだから。でしょ？許せるわけがない。もっとよ、もっと憎悪の
Stop! Stop it now! Stop! Don't give it now!
憎しみ、ほら言って叫んで。憎しみの方向で自分を燃やし尽くしちゃえば。後ろ見やエンジン。あんたを憎まなくちゃ私は生きてられないの。
This kind of haterism is just sad. It's not the kind of funny haterism where it's like I'd be waking up at real extra early or extra early to have some extra hours to hate or whatever. It's not good like that. This is just bad haterisms.
スマデラかすみ、あの花束を。これ、死んだ家族への花でしょ、エンジェ。
Uh-oh. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred and a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hate alone. She trampled them over and over again as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling was just sad.
あら、このならこっちは答えるかしら。スマデラかすみ、こっちを使いなさい。
Who's this? Who's what?
それは。
Eh? Oh no! Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked.
なにこれ。
Oh no, 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 no!
読んじゃえば。お腹がよじれちゃうかもね。
Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively.
返して。それはおね。
No, give it back, that's One-chan's! Of course my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I doubled over. Fuck! Fucking get out of here, oh my god!
この本はエンジェにと大切なものをけなしてやりなさい。
As though remembering something painful, her face twisted for an instant, but then disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me.
No, that's Maria's, you stupid bitch. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
多少は占いの真似事に興味をこれはちょっと行き過ぎじゃない？やだ、魔法だってあんたあれでしょ。アニメとかのなんとかなんとかって呪文を言いながら魔女に変身する。
Oh yeah, why do you know about those cartoons then, huh? Why do you know about those cartoons?
好きなんでしょ。痛いたし。
Cackling, Kasumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. They looked too and guffawed. The sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, the sneer was ridiculing Maria. I don't hate Kasumi, but forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Kasumi, I can't forgive that black witch. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the black witch.
何これ？お空から飴玉を降らせる魔法。何々お日様で清めたお水にお砂糖、魔法の杖を浸して呪文を。何これ？痛い。
The black suits were also rolling around, guffawing. Then grinning, the black witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. After glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. Let me guess, she tears it out. Yep. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it off, crumpled it up, and threw it away. No, so cruel! That was Maria's magic! What the fuck?
Oh, really? How sad.
It was one of the spells to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakatara. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time on her way home from school, she found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy that miracle must have made Maria. Didn't she treasure that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakatara to distract herself from her loneliness? The magic that Onechan had given birth to had been torn and thrown away and disappeared. Oh my god, this is just cringe at this point. I can't. Oh my god. Can we just shoot her with a gun? With a brutal loud laugh, the Black Witch made Maria Onechan's spells get torn out one after another.
Stop it! Stop fighting! Stop it!
Momon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi. What a creepy name. It says they can fly at awesome speeds and finish off the enemy. And if you can use this kind of magic, shouldn't you use it right now? The page that wrote of the seven sisters was also heartlessly torn away. The page itself was just paper. It wasn't Momon's vessel or anything.
But the tearing, denying toxin burned Maman from the inside. Maman's face twisted from that heat and pain.
No!
Are you okay, Maman? Hold on, Uryu. This much is no problem. It's not me, but Angie who's in pain. Stop it, you fucking whore! Fuck you! Why are you doing something like this? Why can't you use magic for happiness? Uryu!
あんたも魔法のあんたも毛がつまでらかすみこいつのページもさこっちはなにこの下手くそなライソク太郎
Oh no.
No, not Sakataro!
これがあんたの友達このライオンが本当に下手くそこんなブサイクなライオンがこんなのを友達にしてるなんて後ろ宮マリアってこの頭のかわいさばっかみたいへそかって死んじゃえばうりゅ
Uryu!
マリアを
Don't make fun of Maria! Uryu!
破かないでダメ
There was a shrill sound, and the page had been filthily ripped out. The picture of Sakataro that One-chan had drawn was ripped in half.
No, he's gonna die again! Oh, fuck!
It's so over. Goodbye, Sakataro. You have to ask your fucking goons to laugh with you? That's so fucking sad. A pair of the black suits laughed vulgarly and heartlessly trampled the two halves. Uryu! Uryu! I'm not sad. I just can't fucking stand it. I can't stand that. Maria's being made fun of. And I can't do anything about it, Uryu. As Sakataro and Mamon supported each other, they crouched down sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. You can't explain to humans who can't understand. So it gets belittled. If you could show them it, but you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with that toxin and who can't understand magic, it can't be used.
この妄想日記頭がおかしいとしかあんたのお花畑の頭の中が気持ち悪い子あんたもマリアもそこのぬいぐるみと家具もねあんたいつも一人ぼっちでぬいぐるみが
I know I'm not reading these out loud, it's just getting really exhausting to read this because a lot of I'm not gonna say it's not insignificant, but a lot of it's the fucking same. This is I know this is really important because it emphasizes how Angie's come full circle with her acceptance, her initial acceptance, denial, and then circles back around to her accepting magic again, and then it's being trampled in front of her. I know it's set an emphasis on that, but it's getting dragged out for so fucking long that I'm starting to just read fast as fuck, and I'm like, damn, I sort of don't give a fuck about Katsumi right now. It doesn't help I don't give a fuck about Avatrice and Katsumi either. Fuck.
そういう生活だから私があんた
I'm eating this lumpia though. It's a little... it's not fresh though, which makes me sad, but it tastes good. Uh-oh. Oh, it's so over. Magic to always be friends with my beloved mother?
No, not that one, no!
This magic's really simple, isn't it? Looks like even I could do it. Even I could remember incantation this shirt. Shall I give it a whirl? With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch in costume tapered their mouths. They said it out loud. What? No! The entire reason Maria goes ooh is because it's an incantation she believes will make her mother love her? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, fuck my fuck alive. I thought she was just stimming. Shit. The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. Ooh, that was the incantation for the magic that would always let her be friends with her beloved mother. Stop it! Stop! Stop making fun of Maria! Stop it! Don't belittle that magic, would you? It was the day of a picnic when Maria, Onechan, and Aunt Rosa were alone. It was written that this was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. Onechan was singing a song she just learned for her mama. Her mother had been delighted, but partway through, Maria forgot the lyrics, but since she saw that her mother was so happy, she tried to sing till the very end, with ooh ooh ooh. Even though she'd only pretended to know the lyrics, her mother had enjoyed it a lot. After that, ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she'd spent in fun and happiness with her mother. Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Aunt Rosa eventually tired of hearing it, and eventually started scolding Onechan when she said it. But to her, it was a memory of a fun day she'd never forget. So among the spells Maria had created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page too.
No, no! At least spare that one.
I hope she dies a painful death. With the shrill sound, a girl's world of happiness was erased.
No, it's not! Magic is not made of anger or hatred! No, it's not!
As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it. Surely Amakusa pulls up now, right? And if I can show you magic, will you believe in Maria's magic?
Haha, yeah, sure. Haha, I believe. If you can use magic and show me the dish. Haha.
Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensations of this cramped world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly trifling. Magic exists. What?
What's this kid tweaking over? Or what's this kid tweaking over? Did you guys hear that?
She locking in? Hitting someone with your hatred's nothing more than a sin. That isn't magic.
I'll show you real magic. Yay! Yippee!
The Black Witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more. Let's have a look. What kind of magic will you show us? Magic to make candy fall from the sky, or magic to make cookies multiply?
What?
The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose. Her aura! Arise, the seven sisters of Purgatory. Oh, what the fuck? Oh shit, she's not tweaking, what the fuck? It was a power that far surpassed the magical strength I'd had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Maria and Beatrice.
Yay! Yay! They're here!
And what about Maman? You said at once because I lacked magical power and resolve, I couldn't use you or your sisters. This isn't some cheap emotion like wanting to get back at bullying my classmates. In order to protect Maria Josie's world, I now order you to show me the miracle of magic. The seven sisters also remembered what happened in that classroom. If they could have obeyed Angie's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic. And they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Angie, but she spoke quietly. In that case, you won't believe too. Maria Socia was created to bring people happiness, and also to fight the Black Witch. In order to show that miracle to the foolish Black Witch who denies the world that one of the founders, the Witch of Origins, Lady Maria, gave birth to. What a fucking mouthful, Jesus. And in order to protect that world, believe. When Kasumi gave an order to the black suits, one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Angie. Show us magic right then, let's have it. Use magic to shoot this man down with a fireball or lightning or something. You get one chance. Shoot? What's with this kid? She's lost it. Angie, it's impossible! You can't block bullets with magic, Unyu! There's nothing to be afraid of. Compared to my magic, to the seven sisters of Purgatory, bullets are nothing. Amon was perplexed by Angie's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have. And that day as well. But because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Angie. Angie simply concentrated her mind in silence.
撃っちゃえば撃ってみろって言ってるのよ向こうは。バイバイ。天国で好きなだけ魔女ごっこをして。
Hey, at least she's saying she's gonna go to heaven at least, hey.
撃て。おうち死ね。エンジンやれるもんならやってみなさいよ。あんたの魔法を。
The black suit cocked the gun and, sneering, pulled the trigger. Ah! The sound of gunfire rang out, and the world stopped. A red spray scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew.
何をしてるのマモ銃弾ごとき無粋な石ころを。エンジェ様に許すつもり。
Don't tell me you'd let a boorish pebble of a bullet like this reach Angie-sama. Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly and with a single swing sliced it. And in the chest of the black suit that had apparently fired the gun was a hole as big as a fist.
たまには私が一番乗りでも。
Yay!
Then slowly the pitiful prey she had brought down fell over.
貫いた。バカね。まだあんた信じてない。
You said Mamon's the only one that doesn't believe. That's so funny.
私たちの主の魔力。これだけの人間の前で。
What the fuck was this?
Cosme and the rest were flustered. He certainly seemed to have fired his gun, however, it hadn't hit Angie. And why was the person who fired hurt instead? This is magic. Great job, Leviathan.
I'm most honored.
Foolish humans who dare oppose our master, now's the time of judgment. Prostrate yourselves.
人間の世界に魔法は見えないはずなのに触れられないはず。
Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah.
Because this is true magic. What are you doing? Fucking kill her ass! One of the black suits who'd come to his senses took out his gun, readied it. I'd allow you the disrespect of pointing a gun barrel at our master.
No.
His words were a requiem. The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. With the sound of the second person falling, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. The instant one of the black suits doubled over in shock and turned on his heel to escape from that place, the stake of sloth. Be thankful that your violence against our master will be repaid with this alone.
Ow!
In his right eye, a hole as big as a walnut opened and his head split. Belphegor was sprayed with blood and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her power.
Ah! Who the fuck? Who's that? Who's there? Where are you?
The black suits were flustered, pointing their guns in every direction. But they didn't understand what was happening. They knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where. But they couldn't see, because they didn't believe they could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of the black suit. But he couldn't see her at all. Did you think humans could see our forms, that they could follow us? Stupid humans, time to pay a fool's price for forgetting your awe of magic. I hope she dies next. That would make me really happy. What is this? What's going on? You can't see it, because you have no love. Excuse me. I can't believe Avatrice was around for this long. I didn't realize that. As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed its gun at Angie. The trigger was Angie glared at him coldly and simply ordered.
Next one, Shaitan.
Seeing the wrath already right here. You think a simple bullet could hit Angie or us now?
Yay!
The stake of anger pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit, and continued straight on towards the man's face. Know your foolishness and regret in hell.
Okay! Die! Okay, yeah, whatever you say.
With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Angie quietly asked one more question. Aunt Kasumi, do you still not feel like believing in magic? Magic denied to the end, shaking my damn head.
There's no way magic exists. It doesn't exist. It's not real.
Magic exists. Witches exist, Udio. Like fucking Sakataro manifested too, lol. Oh hey, Mamon's here too. Oh, they both manifested. The key to a world of happiness lies in every person's hands. Oh, what a sweet line. So true, Sakataro. You pitiful human who can't understand this. If there had been magic in your life, it probably would have turned out differently, becoming much more peaceful. And I think that in your entire life you were never able to meet with a true witch. Kasumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, two of the black suits came for me at once, thrusting their guns at my head. Like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely pointless. Yeah, kill his ass, get him! The man's chest split and his guts poured out. And this terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, grasping his neck and smiling obscenely. What a cutie. Where do you want to get pierced? Oh, she freaky. Any ideas, Angie-sama?
God. Certainly, Master. Whatever you say.
The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust. And as his insides scattered, he twisted and fell. In the gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and humans confronted each other. Kasumi, I sympathize with your sad life from the bottom of my soul. I'm willing to grant you magic that can seal up that unfillable hole in your heart. If you can believe, that is. Is she gonna keep denying magic? Yeah. As Kasumi was scared out of her wits, stepped backwards, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. And shaking, she pointed it at Angie. Please tell me she dies here. Please tell me she dies here. Please tell me she dies here. Yes, yes, please. Stop it out, Kasumi. You mustn't listen to the Black Witch. Oh my gosh, you're still tweaking over fucking Kirie? In that case, my magic might be able to turn that life into something bright and peaceful bit by bit starting now. If you can believe in magic and just have a change of heart, I'll be able to open the door to a new world for you.
そんなものはない。あいつの言う救いなんてどうせおとぎあんたの人生はもはやその普通の先失ったものは何も取り返せないのよ。そうね。何も取り返せないかもしれない。
Excuse me. That's right, you might not be able to regain anything. However, I know you'll be able to create something new. So Aunt Kasumi, throw that gun away. I might be able to teach you too about a world of happiness. No, please. Please, let her die, please. You were forced? You could have just said no too. You could have said no, but also just like Kirie did. His son just went and died on her own. That's why I'll kill you. In Kasumi's eyes, tears of passion dripped down. So pitiable. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful, but for that very reason, she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain, and had been given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation. In that case, I'll at least release you, your soul, for all eternity and free you from the bonds of resentment. That might be the only bit of charity I can give right now. Please die, please! Yes, kill her, please! I no longer feel anger or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's gun spat fire, and slowly that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, aiming for her forehead.
Mamo.
Thanks, Maman. Because I met you and Sakataro, I was able to understand everything. Angie. Look away, Sakataro. Maman, release that woman and protect the honor of Meriage Sorcière.
Yes, okay.
Prepare yourself, Sumadera Kasumi. Yes! Yes! Thank you! Everybody fucking cheered! Everybody fucking cheered, holy shit! The upper half of Sumadera Kasumi's head was smashed. Her cage of flesh was shattered, and she was finally released. Thank you, fucking God. Oh my God, I was getting so tired of her. Holy shit. Next is you, the Black Witch. And now I think even the fact you look like Aunt Ava is inexcusable to her. If my form still looks like Ushinomiya Ava, that means you still have been able to forgive me inside yourself. I understand, Angie. Even you want to be released from your thorn-filled life more than anything. I won't be the one to kill you? With the worst of smiles on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or a vast swarm of black flying insects which began to swirl around me. And the black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human. Is it gonna be a battler? You get at least a vague idea, don't you? Or maybe her mom? Oh! Just gonna turn into Ava. Over there was Aunt Ava's form, as she had been during her life. Her hands were holding a gun. And Ava died. Yeah, fucking whatever, man. Aunt Ava glared at me with a mad laugh. But I'm not that surprised. Aunt Ava was that kind of person. I imagine my funeral came as quite a relief to you, right? I feel the same since I'll never have to see your face again. But I had just one regret. And this is it.
What? Killing me?
Was that your last request? How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt wasn't released from her pain. The Black Witch's power itself is itself the source of my magic. Anger and hatred taught me how to work hard and persist. Completely different from this magic to escape reality you speak of. The magic you speak of is nothing more than stress reduction through outbursts of anger. Our magic is different. It can remake the entire world. It's in a totally different class than your wicked magic. In that case, let's settle which is the victor right now, black or white. You see my black magic miracle reviving even after death and pointing a gun at you like this. How exactly do you intend to stop that with a miracle of white magic? I've surrounded you with a magic-resistant toxin. You can't call the Seven Sisters anymore. That miracle just now won't occur again. Having it occur despite all that is why it's called magic. Okay. Maman lent me your power. But Maman didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she said, the magic-resistant toxin burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory will never answer. Being able to call them even so is what makes it magic, right? How pitiful. So long, Andrew. The few days we spent together were fun in their own way. This is goodbye. Aren't you glad that the end of the line for you turned out to be this place? Yeah, seriously. How thoughtful of you. And this is farewell. The barrel of the gun rose slowly, so that you could see all the way down. And the trigger was slowly... At that moment, the gun exploded. It wasn't that it fired, it burst. Are you kidding me? In shock, inside a frozen space, Ava looked at the ruptured gun. When time melted, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once. Mama, yes! Yes! Behind Ava's back, Maman stood. She had already penetrated the target I'd given her, which was the gun. Is this enough magic for you, Aunt Ava? Then time melted. The fragments of the burst gun and exploding gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. It was pitiful. Your luck was bad. This is game over, Aunt Ava. I signaled to Maman so that Ava would be freed quickly from the pain of her burnt face as she writhed. Thank you, Maman. This time I want to apologize again, and from the bottom of my heart for calling all of you powerless on that day in the classroom. You were excellent furniture for protecting witches. I'm the one that's grateful. I feel truly honored at being able to meet a good witch, a good master in the end, and at being able to fulfill my duty. Mon understood that this would be the final job I'd give her. She quietly walked up to me and looked down at Ava. Thanks for sticking with me for so long, Aunt Ava. This is farewell. Have a nice dream. See you in a... Cool. She replied, cool. and the light sun of her forehead being bored into rang out. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, and fury, of white and black magic ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly a long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. Oh, we're back here. The stars that should have been sparkling lay not in the sky but were scattered beneath me. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. From nowhere in particular I could hear a clap, a truly dull applause. Bernkastel? It's the one who ordered me to go on a journey. Bernkastel. Congratulations, endless witch Angie Beatrice. At the end of your travels, you understood everything about magic. Yes, I understand everything about magic. I am a witch. The last witch who inherited the magical world created by Maria Sorcière. No one besides you can tear Beatrice's world to pieces. Because I know witches, I learned how to resist them. Magic is made of love and sadness and anger. No matter how cruel witch Beatrice might have been, the source of her magic is the same. And that's why I wish I could leave that world of hers alone. After all, in her eyes, at least that world is complete. But then you'd have to give up on your family. That's right. So I don't like doing it, but I have to fight. The very reason I left on this journey to become a witch was so I could bet on the faint chance that I'd be able to take my family back someday. Unless you kill Beatrice, only worlds of isolation can exist for you. As one who has traveled to billions of fragments, I can guarantee it. I understand. Ah, my neck. Ah! I can't afford to have compassion. I must make my heart a demon and tear her heart to pieces. It's good that you're steady in that resolve. I'm just worried that as another witch like her, you might grow attached and use your will to continue. I felt a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face was almost always expressionless. Castell, the mysterious witch who invited me on this journey. At times I suspected that she might have lied to me. Why? I am the Angie of 1998. So even if I save my family, they'll only be saved for the Angie of 1986. They won't be saved for me. So sometimes felt like I was being deceived. Oh, so we're circling back to this. Okay. That's correct. I deceived you. But now I'm grateful. After all, in the end, you did teach me how to get my family back. I didn't teach you anything. If you know something, it's because you've reached that mental state by yourself as a witch. That mental state is different from my own. I cannot personally understand it, but if that's the truth, then congratulations. I'm not a player in this game, but a piece. You said that to me, right? Yes, I did. Now I fully understand that wrong. A piece doesn't need emotions. It just has to give its all for victory's sake. Yes, that is correct. A game requires that you each make the best possible moves, right? If your moves get distorted by hesitation and confusion, your opponent will be confused as well. Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hate me. Ushinomiya Angie still needs her family, so I have the right to fight you so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to be challenged by me to a fight, so don't hate me. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand over Oni-chan over to you. Ah! The world whitened. It wasn't white, it was a gold color as bright as can be. There was the beautiful... Wait, what is this new track? Oh, shit! There was the beautiful Ushiromiya family rose garden. However, the flowers and the roses were all gone. So was the nectar. So were the butterflies. This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of Maria Sorcier had finally been guided to. There, all wishes are granted, all magic and dreams are born. In that garden of gold roses were two and only two witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making that atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the rose petals scattered by the wind was clearly something not of this world. Two who had been taking a walk on a path of golden roses noticed me and were surprised.
Angie! Angie, Beto, it's Angie!
How did you get here? Leave us alone. I shall no longer invite anyone here. Beto spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she'd once been. She'd closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria and Echa. A world where she could always be alone with a friendly Maria, lecturing about magic while drinking tea, with no one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. To the two of them, it was a small, perfect universe. Sorry, I can't have you shutting yourself up in here. I can't continue the game unless you come back. I said I stopped because I'm tired of it. I will not return to the game again.
Beto will always be here with me. We will drink tea together and think of lots of ways to play. You can play with us too, Angie.
Maria, I believe I said that mustn't happen. I'm satisfied as long as I have you alone. Say that you too are satisfied as long as you have me.
Thank you. The only person who needs me that much is you, Beto. So I'll be with you. Just us is enough.
But why is she getting so emotional over this? What happened 6 years ago? Or rather, what happened a total of 18 years ago, I believe, then. Thank you, Maria. I'm grateful. Beto held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe between their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. No matter how small it was a complete world, but I had to tear it apart. Sorry, but I can't let it go like that. I came to smash this golden land of Maria Sorcier. Why are you going to break my world? Are you saying that this world is causing anyone other than Maria and me trouble? You've left Oni-chan waiting all this time, in a game you started and then abandoned without finishing. If you don't return to your seat, the contest won't end for all eternity. Oh, my throat is reaching its limits. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fetch some more water again. I'll be back in a sec. believe I run out of water that fast.
Alright, let's see if we can wrap up this chapter or episode soon. Thank you. Okay. There's no longer a single player in that game. Battler vanished and I did as well coming here. That game's already over. It isn't over! You started the game, right? Take responsibility and see it through to the end! Will you defeat Battler and give birth to the world you truly wished for? Or you be defeated and everything swallowed up by your magic released? Take responsibility until the very end! No, Auntie.
Beto will spend her time in this world alone with me for eternity. And I don't need anything else as long as I have Beto. Here all wishes are granted. Everything is here. This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Beatrice's and Maria Onechan's thoughts. To drag Beto out of this world, I'm going to have to destroy it. I'll destroy this golden land, which must be a final, peaceful world in Beatrice's eyes. Onechan, that's wrong. This golden land is a liar. It won't grant the one wish you truly want granted.
Nuh-uh! False nuke! Anything can be granted here. Look, there's even a nice mama here.
Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smiling Aunt Rosa. Kill her! After smiling sweetly at me, it became golden petals and crumbled. Yeah, but you grew bored of her already, see? You grew bored of her. Here, anything can be created. Even Angie, Battler, George, Oni-chan, even Jessica and Onechan. You can summon as many as you want and everyone's nice. You come too, Angie, and let's play together. Sorry, Onechan. And what about Sakatara? Upon hearing Sakataro's name, Onechan looked like she was choking. Stop it. Don't speak that name. Beto's expression changed as well, and she hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Sakataro's name was still taboo for Onechan. Why can't I say it? It's the name of Maria, Onechan's best friend. I want to invite that close friend to this wonderful golden land. Why in this golden land where any wish can be granted is Sakataro the only one you can't summon? That is... It's alright, Maria. You don't have to remember Sakataro. Uh-oh. Sakataro was killed by Mama! Maria Onechan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies throughout the garden flew up, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals. I know. Aunt Rosa took your precious stuffed animal Sakataro and tore him apart. You're making her crush it on purpose! You're so evil! Maria's scream became a storm that violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It truly was a storm of gold. Stop! Stop, 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 stop! Why are you trying to reopen the wound in Maria's heart? Don't defile the sleep of this precious friend to both Maria and myself. In that case, why don't you revive that precious friend for her with your magic? I'd do it if I could. But that stuffed animal was an article Rosa created herself. The magical meaning of that individual object being torn apart is... Don't try to fool anyone. Why can't you revive him? There's only one answer. It's because you aren't a real witch. Oh, damn! I can revive him. With my magic, I can revive him as often as I want, like this. I could even bury this garden in Sakataro's. I'll bet you could with your magic. But Onechan definitely wouldn't be able to see the Sakataros you create. You know why, right? I'll say it again. It's because you aren't a real witch. Get denied! Get denied!
Stop it! Why do you keep saying such mean things, Angie? Rita can use lots of magic. She's a wonderful, awesome witch. She can revive just like a Sakataro, but she can absolutely do anything else. So I can at least without... Sakataro.
Start crying. No, that's wrong. There's nothing a witch can't do. As soon as she couldn't do that, it was clear that Beatrice wasn't a real witch.
No, that's wrong. It's because Sakataro's stuffed animal vessel was something Mama made herself and...
And that's why she can't revive him, is Beatrice's. Your magic. So inconvenient. In that case, are you saying you can revive Sakataro? Are you saying you can do that with your magic? I can't! What? Maria-chan, I'll show you some real magic. Sakataro, Sakataro! I'll revive Sakataro for you.
Really? Even Beatrice couldn't do it, right? Really?
Yes, I can. In exchange, promise me, once I've revived Sakataro,
Yes.
leave this golden land. I won't permit that. This world is Maria's and mine. If Maria leaves, it'll break. The minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, that world is destroyed. Wait, so Beatrice wasn't what? She wasn't a what? So she's both human and a witch? What? I'm so confused. To drag out the witch shut away in the Golden Land, because this is contradictory. The minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2, otherwise the world is destroyed. But to drag out the witch shut away in the Golden Land, I'll have to destroy this world. I shouldn't think too hard about it. That's proof that you aren't a witch. A real witch can create a universe alone. The Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches. The very existence of this alliance proves you aren't a witch. No. I won't hand Maria over. I hate you. Leave right now.
Fuck off! Get out!
Dragging everyone into a game of your own accord, then getting bored and chasing them out when your mood changes. How selfish can you be? Take a look, Beatrice. And you too, Maria One-chan. This is true magic! Will you really revive Sakataro? There's no way you can. This is a golden land for Maria and me alone. There's not a single spell that an outsider like you can use. As you are now, you couldn't even create a single butterfly. Shut up, Berto! Don't get in our fucking way! Summon Sakataro! When Maria yelled, the storm suddenly stopped and the area returned to silence. The scene, as a massive number of golden petals that had been blown upwards quietly drifted down, was fantastical, as though golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only miracle, had unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beata watched Maria do this, her heart racing. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would. This world would. It's unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only one in the world, was torn apart and thrown away. And not a thread remained. Reviving it was certainly and absolutely impossible. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. If you think you can do it... At Beto's scream-like cry, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic. Come, try to remember. Maria's close friend Sakataro. Try and remember what form you had. Try and remember what a lovable stuffed animal you were. Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. And pushing Beto's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Then she clung to us both. It's alright. Sakataro isn't going to disappear.
Uryu, Maria, I'm home. I still have the weird deep voice though.
Sakataro! Sakataro!
Oh. It was, without a doubt, that stuffed animal lion, Sakataro. Its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. Maria had forgotten. But the instant she hugged that stuffed animal, it all came back.
Uryu, Maria, I'm home.
Sakataro! Is your body alright? Does it hurt anywhere? Even though something so awful was done to you, are you okay?
Uryu, and you revived me with magic, so I'm perfectly fine.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Welcome back, Sakataro.
Oh.
From now on, I'll always be with you, Maria. Together for eternity. So don't let go of me, okay?
Yeah, I won't let go. For all eternity.
Then, still hugging Sakataro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes.
Thank you, Angie. Angie's magic is amazing. How? How can you revive Sakataro when Beto couldn't do it?
Impossible. Impossible. How? How can a human other than me use magic in my golden land? This is completely impossible. What are you so flustered about, Beatrice? This is magic, right? And what is it if it's not magic? There's no way that's magic. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly can't exist. And my magic wasn't able to revive Sakataro. There's no way it could. That is a special stuffed animal made by Rosa for her daughter's birthday, and in the entire world, the only... Oh, nah, choke on the red, motherfucker! Ah. See? It's magic, right? She crying again. Is the world imploding? With this miracle she couldn't possibly accept, Beto understood all of my magic. She looked at Maria and Sakataro innocently frolicking around. Looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
Beatrice, this really is magic, right? It's magic, right? Beatrice!
Indeed, it's magic. This is real magic. Excuse me.
Why can't Angie use magic giving Beethoven then? Why? Why? Angie's amazing. Angie's an amazing witch. Why? A real witch is much more amazing than me.
That's right, One-chan. I'm the Witch of Resurrection, Angie. There's nothing that can't be revived. Oh shit! Wait, that means she attained what she wanted. The resurrection magic. She finally got it. Oh my god!
Amazing, incredible. Even Baker said the magic of resurrection was the hardest. Angie's incredible. A really awesome great witch!
At the time, Maria's and Sakataro's forms flashed gold. The forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left her some other peaceful place not here. Beto had as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. So, what? So, where did they go? What? Well, they did say someplace else, but... Goodbye, Maria One-chan. Be happy forever. Don't worry, you definitely exist in One-chan's world too. But that isn't you. Oh, fake Beatrice, it's just like fake battler. Why is everyone a fucking faker? Oh my god. Good for you, Maria. As your close friend, I celebrate this reunion from the bottom of my heart. On Beato's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. It was joy, anger, and sadness. That's the source of magic, isn't it? Without love, without sadness, without anger, magic cannot be seen. The ground shook, an earthquake. It gradually summoned greater and greater fissures, and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies flitted about, trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to. And Beatrice was the same. The Golden Land began to crumble away. The earth crumbled downwards like a floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet-black darkness. And she was mercilessly slammed against a jet-black floor. It was a dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there was a window, it let no light into Beatrice's shadowy smoking room. Even though Beata was moaning from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. There was a seat there, and the game table still just as it had been when she'd left it. And the game board also remained the same state that Beata had left it in. That's your seat. Sit. So this is the only seat for me to sit in? Beto put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly. Win or lose, that's all you've been given. A tie during the process of reaching that point will probably be permitted. However, you won't be allowed to suspend the game and throw it away. You win and survive, or lose and disappear. Until one of those two things happens, you'll not be permitted to rise from that chair. That should be your only duty as the host of a witch's game. As the Golden Witch Beatrice. Laughing weakly, Beto sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face with both hands, showing off a smile with nothing but her mouth. Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Very well then. Why don't I repeat this until I lose? Quit being so faint-hearted. Win! Use the best moves you have. You started this game. You have a duty to make the best moves possible. Give all that indecisive fooling around a rest. At that time, there was a violent sound. Beto felt a cold, pathetic sensation on her leg.
Gotcha! I finally got you!
Great Lady Lambda Delta, is it? To think that you were still here. Vita's foot was caught in an ice-cold steel shackle, tying her to the chair she sat in. She'd no longer be able to escape from this seat.
You won't be able to escape anymore!
I can be more persistent than I look. Surprised? It's more surprising that you don't realize how persistent you look. You're not permitted to leave early or suspend this game. You'll fight for all eternity in order to win, okay? You don't want to lose, do you? You want a little peek at the kind of wonderful world to be thrown into if you lose? Don't worry. You can win, because I, the Great Lady Lambda Delta, will be looking after you constantly until you win. For all eternity. There's Bunkastel. And where's Battler? But even if I wish to fight, there's no opponent seated across from me, correct? Don't worry, I found Battler. When Bunkastel appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. What? Battler's eyes were slightly opened, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll's. What? Without one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen into the depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. He should have then scattered and disappeared like mist. But Birkenstall had managed to scrape him together. It's incredible she managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his flesh had returned, his soul hadn't. It had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. It wouldn't come back easily. Battler won't run from this fight either. Not till he defeats you. Just because your chances of winning are shrinking doesn't mean you'll be permitted the inelegance of abandoning everything and running. Even he doesn't want that. Isn't that right, Ushiromiya Battler? Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer.
Wake up! Wake up, Battler! Get a hold of yourself!
You're here! And the enemies before your eyes. Fight! Fight to win! Battler lazily repeated that, speaking incoherently. He'd come back. The wound he bore in his soul was no small thing. It was only natural. Beatrice had woven a red and he'd been denied. He'd learned that the mother he'd respected wasn't his birth mother, but he didn't know who he was. He wasn't Ushinomiya battler. Don't talk stupid! You are Ushinomiya battler, no one else! No matter who acknowledges that or denies that, make sure you believe it yourself! After all, you're the only one who can create your own world. Don't lose the world where you're Ushinomiya battler! Man. Who am I? I'm not my mom's child. Where was I born from? Battler asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course she answered right away. Yes, that's right. Beto proclaimed it with the red truth. So I'll proclaim it too. Ushinomiya battler is not Ushinomiya Asumu's son. In that case, he's not qualified to be the opponent in my game, correct? Beatrice, repeat it. Ushinomiya battler is not Ushinomiya Kinzo's grandchild. Ha! Ah! As Beto wrinkled her forehead, a painful-looking smile rose to her face. Beto proclaimed two red truths: that Battler is not Osumu's son, and no one except Kinzo's grandchild Battler is qualified to be her opponent. The following theory will allow Battler to be accepted without creating any contradictions. Here's my blue truth. The one qualified to be Beto's opponent is Kinzo's grandchild, Ushinomiya Battler. And whether you're Osumu's son or not isn't a problem. Plus, even if you aren't Osumu's son, you can still be Kinzo's grandchild. As long as you're Rudolph's son. So does that mean Kirie is his mother? Do we have the backstory wrong or something? No, well, no, I don't know. Does that mean Kirie was, no, Kirie said something about Osumu. No, I think the fact, no. I think Osumu was still the mother. But she's not the mother. I don't get it. No, that means... Did Rudolph cheat yet again with another woman? And then brought his son, Ushinomiya Battler, to Osumu, and then Osumu raised him as if she were her own, or he were her own? Fuck. Whatever, man. Your blue truth's valid. Beto, your counter-argument with the red truth. If you can't counter it with the red battler's qualifications as an opponent will stand unchallenged. Battler was still out of it. He couldn't really understand what she was saying for him, but even so, his spirit was starting to come back bit by bit. Then, who am I? Get a hold of yourself! You are Ushinomiya Battler! Yeah, maybe Mother Osumi didn't give birth to you, but so what? That doesn't change in the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right? What's Ushinomiya Angie to you? You might not share the same blood, but she's still your little sister, right? It's not about blood, it's about bonds, right? That's right. Even though we don't share the same blood, Angie is my little sister. Say it in red. Say that Angie's your little sister. Angie is my little sister. I can say it. Ow! Oh, I thought she hit him. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it, and slumped in his chair strongly from behind. So much that it hurt. I don't know why Asumu wasn't your birth mother, but still, up until today and even now, you believe that she's your mother, right? In this world, there's plenty of people without even a mother, without even a family. Did she ever let you feel lonely? Never, right? Don't throw your peaceful family away so easily. Your family bonds have gotten too thin after leaving your family for 6 years. You have to feel those family bonds much more strongly. Remember! For mom's sake as well, don't lose your love over a foolish witch's rant like this. You're right. Mom was always on my side. Where is this place? It's dark and I want to go home. Where's all my family? The light still hadn't returned to his eyes, but tears appeared. Your little sister is waiting at home for you to come back. If even you don't come back, she'll be all alone forever. For your little sister's sake, please win this witch's game. Angie. My little sister. But I still don't get it. Why do I have to keep repeating this incomprehensible cruel game with Beto? I've had enough. In that case, settle this game quickly and go back home. How long are you gonna play around in a place like this? Your little sister's waiting for you to come home. Slap him! That's right. Battler had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it. And still unable to understand why he was fighting, he'd been constantly sucked into the witch's pace, played with and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question. Because he didn't understand that he'd lost his purpose in fighting. That's why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. Instead of a vague purpose like winning against the witch or cause he couldn't forgive her, he has to be aware of a purpose for which he must win. That's right. I want to go home. I want to go home to Dad and Mom. And Angie. I've had enough. Enough of this place. I've had enough of witches. I've had enough of games and murders. Enough. Enough.
Yay, Battler's soul starting to come back. Yippee!
But it can't quite reach. You've had enough, right? Then fight so that you can return to your family. Destroy Beatrice and go home. No. I've had enough of witches. Enough of Beto. Enough of everything, and even you're probably just another one of the witch's allies. I could be betrayed again at any time. You can't trust anything. You can't trust any words that aren't read. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt. Yeah! Come on quickly. Don't leave me all alone. Who are you? It's me, it's Angie. Dad and Mom, and you, no one came home. I'm so lonely. Come home quickly. Angie. You were Angie. That's right, I'm Angie. The Ushinomiya Angie of a world where no one comes home. My entire family never came home from Rokanjima that day. The witch before your eyes stole away my whole family, even you. Only you can finish her. Finish her. Then take your family back, and then come home to me. Eito did that to my family. As she says. I won't run away or hide from it. I stole Ushinomiya Angie's family away from her. Battler's my toy. His father and mother are both my toys. I won't give them back to you. You can continue to wander all alone forever, awaiting the return of a family that'll never come back. From Angie's arms that held him, the painful, sad days that had been experienced by his lonely little sister flowed into Battler. Because he'd been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure all that pain. Angie! What am I doing? Thanks, Angie. Your Oni-chan's been forgetting something important this whole time. Battler tried to turn around, but Angie was hanging onto his head with an incredible force, so he couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing in the nape of Battler's neck. What they were, he knew from holding Angie's arm that clung to him, because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers red. What? Angie? Are you okay? Hey! What? Why? It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler didn't know because he couldn't turn around, but the hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood. In order to save you, Oni-chan, in order to come here, there was a single rule I had to follow. This is it. Letting you, Oni-chan, know. No! That I was Angie. It was so hard. Even though you were right before my eyes, I couldn't even say that. As long as I followed this rule, I should have been able to stay by Oni-chan's side for all eternity. I should have been able to play in the games against the witch for eternity with Oni-chan. But it's no good. Oni... No! You have to come back. Your sister's waiting for you. Oh, that person isn't me. But this way your sister will be saved. No! Angie! Angie! There's so much blood! He wanted to turn around, but Angie was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out in Angie's pained breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her. Don't worry, I'm only a piece. You know, in chess they have this move called the sacrifice. What? Who cares about chess? Let's get you some first aid quickly. Let go for a second. A sacrifice is an abandoned piece. For a tactical gain, you intentionally accept a loss and let a piece go. In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So if it can bring you to victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few pieces. Angie coolly made a decision. She'd been taught over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler right now, she'd have to become a sacrifice herself. Battler had to know. His purpose in this witch's game couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the witch. He had to win the game, release himself, and bring his family back home. Why? Because he had family. A little sister who was waiting for him to come home. A being was created so that Ushiromiya Angie's voice could reach you. That's me, Angie Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the piece that I am to give you the will to fight, to give you purpose. My purpose isn't to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you, Ushiromiya Angie's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose. No! Angie! Angie! Ah! That white, thin arm that held Battler became pale and transparent, almost like wax. And even so, the fresh blood stained it so cruelly. I'll disappear now, but I need you to fight with all you've got. And I'm sure you'll come back to me. I'll be waiting. Always. I plan on helping you out a lot more than this. But I couldn't do anything. Sorry. Don't worry about that. You taught me, didn't you? You taught me why I have to win. And that I've got to win for certain and come back to you. What am I doing lazing about in a place like this? Yeah, I won't play around anymore. 'Cause I'll come back. I'll come home. I'll definitely come home bringing a souvenir, I promise. I don't need one. So promise me one thing. What? I'll promise anything. In a second, I'm gonna let go of his hand. It hurt, didn't it? Sorry. I held it so tightly. I'm okay. So you don't have to turn around. Yes, so in the end. Let me see the coolest part of you. Rise from your seat. Point at the witch before your eyes. And announce that our game will start up again. And his hand slid and disappeared behind me. There were bloody fingerprints left behind, blurred by her fingernails, but I turned around right away to take care of Angie's wounds. Angie! Angie?
はあ、振り向いちゃダメって約束したのに。
Angie? There?
どこへ
Behind my chair. It was as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed. And there was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Angie had been wearing, they crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away. As though just a human's insides had been pulverized and tossed there like scrap. As though Angie, who'd been standing there until a second ago, had been crushed.
エンジ
Angie?
ェ
Where?
エンジェはどこだよ
Where's
エ
Angie?
ンジェはどこに消え
Where'd she disappear to?
おお
Hey!
いエンジェはどこに
Where did Angie go? The two young-looking witches said nothing and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and maiden clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I didn't want to accept it.
ずっと見ていた。
I was right in front of you watching the whole time.
そなたの死。
Watching what happened to Angie behind you. You know. Where did Angie go? Well, she still lived, pinch by pinch. Massive red-hot pincers pulled chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off her and threw them away. What? I was watching as countless cruel tools burned red-hot in the witch's furnace, approached Angie from behind and one bit at a time pecked at her, twisted her, ripped chunks of her and tore her to pieces. Angie should be proud. In order to share some last words with her brother, she stopped herself from gasping at the pain until the very end. As if something like that could have happened. On top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, what had fallen there was without a doubt that she had been wearing on her head those pink jeweled hair ornaments. To be honest, I thought they were a bit too childish for her and didn't suit her, so I remembered them well. Why'd she wear such cheap hair ornaments all the time? No. The thought that this is Angie. Could it possibly be? You're pretty blunt there, Tom. Adol didn't see it, so you could have just said she turned into butterflies and flew away or something. You guys will stop. That happened. You saw Angie get torn into little bits. You were watching, and then you stayed so calm the whole time. Without answering, Berncaster Lambda Delta and Beatrice stared at me. Some in pity, others in derision, watching me. Since she'd called herself Gretel, and after what happened with Virgilia in the last game, I thought she might be Beto's underling. I had been wary of her, not trusting her even though she was an ally. And now, after learning that it truly was Angie, without even being allowed to see her face, I turn around and find something like this. Why does it matter? All this about your little sister. What did you say? After all, you'll never return from this place for all eternity anyway. Whatever happens to your little sister in a world where you don't come has nothing to do with you. And as long as you play here, the Angie of countless worlds will live in isolation. And the same pain of her final moments just now will be forced upon her, spread over a period of more than a decade. That's of no importance though, correct? It can't be seen by you from here. You can't observe it. An observable fact cannot be proven except by the red truth. Therefore, your anxiety over Angie's misfortune after this may be needless. She might surprisingly be able to live a casual life without ever having to work things to Rudolph's inheritance, right? You evil witch! That's a lie. From Angie's arm, every part of that sad future world had poured into me in an instant. All because I keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Angie's waiting, and come home as soon as I can. Because even as I hang around with a witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. Angie, is this what you wanted to see? I turned towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Angie's brutal last moments, and slowly, yet with all my might, pointed. Beatrice. Indeed. Resume this game. I won't run away anymore. And I won't let you escape. Bring it on. I can no longer escape or hide. Let's decide this between you and me for good. One shall win, one shall lose and be destroyed. No other resolution can exist. I'll win. No matter how long it takes, I'll win. I'll definitely smash you. There aren't gonna be any more compromises, interruptions, or losses by default in this contest. I won't run away. I won't let you get away. Try and defeat me with everything you've got. There's absolutely no need for stupid tricks and deceit, for intermingling and acting friendly. You and I are enemies. I have to settle this as soon as possible and bring my family back to Angie. Unwavering resolve, certain willpower. The certain willpower of a human becomes certain magical power. That leads to a miracle and promises that it shall be so. This is a promised certain miracle. My chances at victory not even 1 in a billion. Shall it be certainly impossible without any fragment of a miracle? Before I knew it, a cold, stiff chain had bound my other leg without a sound, tying me to the chair. All that's left is to either be killed and lose to battler, or resist and continue in an endless tie for all eternity. Or perhaps I should say it's to continue trying until I've prepared my heart for death. Either way, I must fight to lose and nothing more. I've already been bound by the chains of eternity. And Battler won't let me escape either. Should I pathetically beg for his forgiveness? Should I beg for compassion by appealing to his pitying heart? Should I forget appearances and prostrate myself? Because of the chains, even that choice won't be granted to me. This is a perfect stranglehold. However, I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice, the demon lord of gold who reigns in the Golden Land. Even in a fight to lose, this or there is an attitude fitting for me. And I have the right to adorn my death in a manner suited to me. I'm no different. I'll make you accept the existence of my magic, and the door to the Golden Land will open on this island. You'll become the first guest of honor at that first tea party. Everyone besides you is gathered already, you see. Because the honored guest's arrival has been delayed, the tea party can't begin. Your family and everyone else are getting tired of waiting for your arrival.
Sure, that's perfect. It's just perfect! What the hell is magic? What the hell are witches? I'm done playing with you! Here we go, Beatrice.
Come as hard as you can, for there'll be no compromise. Interruptions and losing by default. One will win and one will be destroyed. If you've no desire to lose, then you must defeat me. Kill me. But I won't be killed so easily. Until you can prepare a fitting end for me, I can resist over and over again. Can you do that? You probably can. You surely can. Come on. Come and kill me. Is it that hard? Then let's go with the usual.
His fucking face being frozen like this.
As if I'd be killed. Even if I can't win, I can at least harass you enough to stop you from snatching victory, right? That's a good look on your face.
Yeah! Stop fucking mocking me! Fuck you!
Try and kill me.
Is that the end of episode 4?
And what was up with her begging it for death at the end there? What the?
Wait, no, surely it goes back to the island, right? No, that's not the end of it. Is it the end of it? That was the end of it! Oh, oops, I accidentally exited the game. Oh, shit. I actually just accidentally shut the game. Fuck. Hold on, we still have to go through the tea party and such. But, give me a second. I am going to use the bathroom real quick.
What a fucking ending, dude. What the fuck? What's going on? Oh, good night, Cole. Take care. I hope this tea party can explain a couple of things. The second day. Huh? What? What? Huh? What? I don't have a clue what's going on. Please someone explain in a way even I can understand what happened yesterday. I was in the kitchen of the mansion grabbing some food without permission. If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you'd like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. The ingredients are out of luck too. If only you'd had Goda-san to cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon it'd be 2400. October 5th, the second day would end. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after the testing. Is this the battler? Is this the battler that got, like, is this like the game chess piece battler that got abandoned? What? Nothing happened. No phone call came, no letters came, no person came, no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund and all that time and energy that tension stole from me. Because after that, for an entire day, a full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely nothing's gonna happen now. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. She got pissed for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I've passed or failed. Trying to say thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later or something? But messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their tests, both George and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too. I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her too. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that... Okay, so the picture that Angie saw was... This wasn't the thing here, okay. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you'd get in trouble if you went near the chapel, so I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there, but there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found none of them fit. I called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. But it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion must still be wrapped up in that smell. I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burnt some meat. At first I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. And found the corpses that were so pitiful, Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them. her corpse was found at the dining hall, her head half destroyed. Half of each head had been completely split open, and it was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say they were 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses, these were. And in addition to the 6 bodies was one more. But I thought she passed. The 7th corpse was Maria. She lay next to Aunt Rosa as though sleeping alongside her. I cried at the death of an innocent young girl, and at the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. I raced through the mansion, swinging the spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard!" But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places, sometimes growing more cautious, and sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways, but in the end, not even a kitten appeared. Then morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. At that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd walked around the mansion, yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search was careful, and I'd tired myself out and let my guard down. But still, no one came to attack. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. But won't come till the typhoon passes. They said that on TV it won't pass till tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Blazing about lost its interest, and even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who'd been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful like a magnum or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed. But by her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might have spat out, and it looked like a typical death by poisoning you might see in a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall next to her mother, dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection. It's better to assume she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. Poisoning, whether by having her drink it or injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you'd think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? Being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of her hands were joined on her chest as though the dead person put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually done by someone else after the person dies? As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. More than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Kraus and Goda had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? There's things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up there, there would have to be a seam just in that place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine a pitfall was hidden. It would have been one thing if a single person fell, but if a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button you could... Oh! Sorry, I'm playing with a hydro flask. Some kind of contraption like that. That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest had heard about this, I wonder if they'd say I wouldn't put it past Grandpa to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist but I just can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure. Since they claim the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George. I discovered George Anarchy when I had been called out for my test. He'd been called out to the arbor in the rose garden and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. The fucking transition to his CG death is hilarious. That was so funny. Jessica had been called to her own room on the 2nd floor of the mansion. The door to her room was locked. That wasn't a problem at all, since I had a master key. Inside the room was horrible. But after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. As far as I could tell, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression when listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. Pretty sure Jessica said they got me. Best to assume that she had already received a fatal wound at the time of the call. She also said this. That's what she said. Ugh, is right, dude, this is creepy. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than damage to her head. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death and then died halfway through the call? The way she talked on the phone made me think she'd escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. Did the culprit come in partway through the phone call and kill Jessica? That can't be right. After all, the room was locked. Another locked room mystery. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. But she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from, and the actual external wound that damaged her head were 2 different things? And that both of them were made to the same part of the body? In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. And then the culprit came and damaged her head again, something like that.
Ow!
After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. But the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. And the culprit realized they'd failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from massive blood loss. That seems to add up more or less, except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. There was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call. Jessica said this: George Nissan's done for too. That was an instant death. She said it almost as though she'd witnessed George Anki being killed. While you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in the room, and you could even see the roof of the arbor where George was summoned, it was very far away. And on the fact it was the night of typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine she was able to witness everything that happened at the arbor from here. More than anything else, Jessica left before George, so she shouldn't have known that George Anaki's test took place by the arbor. Why'd Jessica know that George had been killed? I don't know. Also I fucking hate this soundtrack, it's so creepy. Also during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kirie-san's corpse as well. Just that fucking droning like it's tinnitus. Ugh. Demon stake was buried in the hole in her forehead, but it's hard to imagine this was the cause of death. I missed on purpose to tease her, yeah. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kirie-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kirie-san lay crumpled in that corner. But the way she'd been killed was very different. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. What? It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me in trouble with the police later. So a little too late, I set it down by Kirie-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what that stake meant. It's one of those. The style of killing from the fourth twilight onwards in the witch's epitaph. It's probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, the stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after. She was probably killed with a gun or something like George, and the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was she really killed with a gun? She said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kirie-san was being attacked. In fact, the room had been locked. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kirie-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But the golden thread attacked her through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kirie-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes you see in old mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, then it would have clearly been possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. A cylinder lock and a keyhole. But despite that, Kirie-san definitely said that something like a golden thread had flowed in through the keyhole. He's trying to make sense of something that won't make any sense to him. I'm sorry, Battler, you're cooked. I'm sorry, but Game Board Battler, you're cooked, buddy. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what that meant at all. But even so, Kirie-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Kirie. Jessica said it over the phone too. Since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda and Kumasawa and got the phone call from Uncle Cross's group, everyone had said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. They'd been shown that right before their eyes. Those weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they had all said that. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were in danger? And mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them? But multiple people gave the same testimony, and on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted. If it had just been a single statement, I'd been able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is difficult. And right next to the back door, I found Uncle Cross with his head half smashed. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Kuwadorian, and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he'd been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake. In this situation, it was hard to imagine that this stick was the weapon used. He'd been killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall, and after death had been jabbed with a stick like Kirie-san. I wonder if the golden threads attacked Uncle Cross too. Does there exist some kind of tool like an endoscope that's very thin but can be moved about at will? And that can also attack people? I've never heard of anything like it. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Since I can't deny the existence of the golden thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept this mysterious weapon exists or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, he had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. Behind the mansion, the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was an old well. Oh. And right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shannon's corpses. Both corpses had their heads smashed, and though they weren't stuck in, there were stakes lying right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon-chan's lovely face, which had been blown half away, was very painful. Then there was the well. I'd heard that inside it was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion Kuwadorian. By this time, I'd begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage and left for Kuadorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. There's a typhoon, they can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion Kuadorian, through the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I'd entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. I don't gaff. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion. Oh, he's gonna find Cannon's body. Oh no, never mind. The old wall had a firm cover on it. It was an iron grille. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought it anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kirie-san told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage. Oh, bye, Lucy, you take care. Thanks for hanging out. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism, but no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Kirie had tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage into Swell. I think I'll be stopped by something like this cover. I'll smash it to bits. I'll search for a tool. I had an idea. After all, I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed when we locked Goda-san and Kumasawa-san in there. The shutter to the gardening shed was still locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda, who was dead on the inside. In other words, this gardening shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There must be a tool for that somewhere. It feels like I'm going in circles here. Wait, what? Someone was in the boiler room? Was it Kinzo? Wait, did she set Kinzo's body there? I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of all that was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find a fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. Yep, he's back here again. LOL. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, the dead to the dead. I should probably say that I found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. But by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both had 6 toes. I think I heard it from Dad some time ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to old Ushinomiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune, and were treated as a good omen. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be certain this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, he was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he'd get stuffed into a boiler in a place like this and die. Mysterious corpse burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient and was then thrown away? It didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the well, but I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I figured I should check in the condition of Goda-san's and Kumasawa-san's corpses. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it. Stuck the wire cutter into the crack and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Then I faced Goda and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. As a result, I learned a new fact. Wait, like their fucking heads are just gone. They're like pitch black. Compared to at least they still have like portions of their head on them still. Like you can still see their face through it. Oh wait, that's to indicate the head's destroyed. I see it. Just okay, based off Shannon. Okay. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor. What? And on both of their foreheads were signs they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the lengths had been adjusted so that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. And while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads rolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they'd stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, these loops would have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their faces a deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they would probably have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead even if you peeked through the window. This mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the deaths of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Is this done to get back at us for thinking these two would be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda-san is. The key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was still attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. And that gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by a hanging. If they didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied two loops to the beam from outside. And furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all this, they would have had to go inside. The key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the gardening shed was a closed room. Goda said that there was only one key to the shutter, but it's possible that there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it? Well, yeah, that's... What if he was lying, or he just didn't know about his a second key, or maybe, or whatever else? If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key and that Goda-san just didn't know about it, this isn't even close to a closed room. Why is it that despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, just these two were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After this, if we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather's, deaths of 16 have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here and there are 16 corpses. Who's the last one then? Oh, he hasn't found Cannon yet. Cannon-kun's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. You're about to confirm it, buddy. I'm sorry.
Back to the well? Yeah. According to Kiria, he'd been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it. So with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars, down into the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths with the light of that level. It would look like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchet and things I'd dragged from the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. The metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. Wait, so how did they get out then? Huh. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... There's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Cannon cut through the bars. I heard that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, that he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And used that to burn through the bars? Just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter, though? It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you'd find in those robot anime I'd loved as a kid, doesn't it? Does something like that actually exist? And how'd Cannon couldn't get that laser beam? No matter how much I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Because even his corpse is now in the depths of the well beyond this cover. If Cannon could slice through metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. But it just feels like the closed room Goda-san was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're inside. If only I had that power of Cannon's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Cannon? There couldn't really be a non-human capable of using such a strange power, right? Kitty had told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Cannon possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else the culprit? The heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? Treating him like the culprit because there's no corpse. And who was the one babbling about the suspicious being innocent? Very well. I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Cannon and building a human culprit theory that way. I'll guarantee it with the red. Cannon is dead. Damn. Among the 5 in Kirie's group, he was the first to die. Okay, so this tea party is them resuming the game. Okay. In short, he was the 9th victim. Okay. So hold on. You died 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's 4. No, 5. You died 2. 5. Ninth victim. I feel like that's vaguely important, isn't it? Okay, wait. So the order of death is Natsuki, well, not order, okay. Natsuki is 1, 2 and 3, 4, 5. So that's 5, and then we count 6, 7. Okay, 6 and 7, right? Then who is death 8? It can't, okay, wait, no. It can't be Kirie. And it can't be Shannon or Nanjo. Oh, wait, no, I totally glossed over Rosa because I fucking hate her. LOL. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, never mind, it adds up. LOL, I glossed over fucking Rosa because I hate her. LOL, that's so funny. That's so funny, I totally forget about Rosa.
Hi, Hui.
Hello.
You have caught the tail end of well, actually, we finished episode 4. This is the tea party for said episode. It ended, actually, I don't know if you're interested in watching the VODs or not, but it was a crazy fucking episode. And if you want to catch up on it, I won't say anything. Oh my god, holy shit, episode 4 was actually fucking crazy. Okay, so him being the 9th victim checks out, okay. Since there's no corpse, I can't say for sure. But Cannon's dead. So my whispering in red doesn't reach the peace you. But it did reach you, right? Meta World Battler? At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. We even have testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The 2 might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed-room murder of the garden shed with a laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more, like the group of goat monsters. The story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers. The rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice saying the same thing without contradiction? It's not only the magic. There's Maria's mysterious death too. Why Jessica knew George had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn Keezer. And more and more. Stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kirie and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. And even though Kirie-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them also got killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Now I'm nothing but a drunk. You plan on leaving only me alive? Show yourself right away and come kill me already. It's too much of a pain, so I won't search for you. Show me your true form yourself. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You want to kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in the bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. As to the big clock, it was almost exactly 2400.
Bing bong. Bing bong.
The sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that 2400 had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? Yeah, what was up with that sin thing? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself and fight me. Damn you, Beatrice! Then Then she did show herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. So you finally show yourself. Let me get bored for a while or for a whole day. Correct. I gave you a whole day. Was that enough for you to fully exercise the rights of the human side? Yep, I was bored after all. Got a heck of a lot of it. Angie was a good piece. Don't speak Angie's name. She appeared through a miracle, sacrificed herself, and gave you the tenacity required for certain victory. Don't speak Angie's name. That brutal death was something you needed. If you hadn't seen that, you wouldn't have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of Angie's ill-fated future, your tenacity for victory wouldn't have been born. I told you not to speak Angie's name. In short, she was a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me wouldn't have been born in you. The rivalry between us can't be destroyed. Damn you, Lady Burncastel. It's more fitting to call that a trump card than a piece. No matter how much a piece acts, it doesn't stray from the board. But no matter how much power a trump card wields, it's always thrown away after it's used. Angie was truly a good trump card for you.
My throat is so sore, I can't scream anymore.
At Battler's angry roar, Beato finally stopped talking.
You know I don't have time to play around in a place like this anymore. Even a tie will keep her waiting. So I'll break through you. Take my family and go back home. I won't waste a second playing witch games with you.
In that case, what should you do? You know, don't you?
Yeah, I'll beat you down. I'll blast away all witches' magic illusions and delusions. Come on, let's get started. I won't let you trick me again. Resume the game, okay? I'll tear apart the witch's veil concealing the outright lie you are.
You talk too much. All you have to honestly say is, I'll kill you.
Yeah, those are the words you want, I'll say them. This is the first and last wish of yours that I'll lend an ear to.
I thank you.
I'll kill you.
Very well. Let's begin, Battler. The time for the witch hunt has come. Try and chase me, try and corner me, try and kill me. I expect a lot from you. Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments.
Bring it on!
Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. If you opened your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden. Who shall make the first move?
Me.
How bold.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. More water and a snack. Hold on, be right back. I gotta be locked in for this.
In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those petals was red. The fact they faced each other in this beautiful garden prove or make claim to a red single truth. That must be why the roses are red.
Thank you.
Ah. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not, and that flower is blue. I'll bore through everything with my blue truth, from the very beginning of everything. What? What do you mean from the very first game? What? Maybe I should have thrown away my notes.
So thank you, Wang. Thank you.
From the very first game, very well. Let's see what you've got. Come. Here I go. I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again. This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game. This will tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning. Ushinomiya Kinzo's already dead, so the true number of people on the island is 17. By adding in an unknown person X, that makes 18 people. By supposing the existence of this person X, the crime's possible even if all 17 people have alibis. By this, even though the number of people reaches 18, it's still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out crimes even if all 18 people seem to have alibis. You can break through all of the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kindo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt by making the bold assumption that Kindo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Beato counters this with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. This blue truth is valid, but will it withstand? The wedge of the blue truth that Battler had thrown stepped right through the top of Beato's left foot. Was the red blood pouring? Wait, this fucking remix of... This remix of Golden Slaughter? Holy shit! This is banging! Was the red blood pouring out from there a protest being made by her red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her. Not bad. But I mustn't be denied yet. Mustn't be killed yet. This isn't yet enough. In the subsequent games, there were mysteries that couldn't be explained with that alone, right? Which mysteries? In the final stages of the second game, George took Goda and Shan with him, barricaded them in Natsuhi's room, and was killed. The key that unlocked Natsuhi's room was locked up inside that room, and all of the remaining keys that could unlock that door were in Rose's hand. Even if a culprit X existed, it should have been impossible to construct that closed room. The blue wedge that pierced Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out. No, it doesn't shake my blue truth. If culprit X were to obtain a master key, that's not even close to a closed room. No, it was impossible for the culprit to obtain one. All of the master keys were under Rosa's control. Ah, shit! But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was the culprit. Aunt Rosa handed a key over to culprit X by some method, assisting in the closed room murder. And after that, she retrieved the key by a similar method. Too naive, Beto. I'd already guessed that much at the time. You did, didn't you? Yeah, get back in our foot! Ah! Blue Truth nuked. The wedge that had been gradually losing its sparkle, and had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out, regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional truth, and dug into Beto again, eating into it. She let out a cry of anguish at that pain. Not yet. This is still nothing. Third game. The 6 linked closed rooms, the murders of Aunt Rosa and Maria dead, and the rest of the deaths in the hall. The murders of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki. All of that can be explained if we suppose Aunt Ava's the culprit. This argument was already won back then. And even that final riddle you proposed through Ava, the murder of Dr. Nanjo, can be explained with an 18th unknown person X. That breaks through the whole third game. Can you counter that? Of course. This much is nothing to worry about. In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house? I shall add to the red truth. George did not go down the stairs of the guest house. He leaped through the window. Could have just jumped down. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs, but because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Ava was busy carrying Kraus's and Natsu's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Beto had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. And all of the windows had been locked from the inside. So what? It's just like I said. He flew out the window, right? There was a lawn, so we couldn't tell if he jumped down and it was raining so hard. Any light traces would have disappeared. I'll use the red again. All windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside. Furthermore, it's impossible to lock any of those from the outside. George had no technique by which to lock them. I'll use more of the blue. I said it myself at the time. In that case, everything works out as long as someone locked the window after George escaped through it. Nothing difficult about that. He's on a fucking roll! Can I not escape after something like this? She couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue. There's still nothing that shakes my blue truth in any of the first 3 games. In that case, the only game that can prove your witch is this game, the 4th. Since I haven't countered you with the red, that is so. I shall have to prove witches using only this game. Very well. Give me everything you've got. There's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 people in the dining hall. The 18th person, X, went wild with a gun and killed everyone. As the pitfalls, there's a chance that pitfalls truly were hidden there, and it's possible to explain it using Kirie-san's theory, supposing that poison dart shooting device X, which can knock a person out instantly, exists. The murders of George, Jessica, and those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall. Nothing strange about it. I'm sure you've got a counterattack, right? Bring it! Oh no, is it all gonna fall apart because she's gonna deny that an 18th person doesn't exist? Your greatest sword, this 18th person X, is based on the theory that Kinzo was already dead. I knew you'd make that clear. That's why I took Kinzo out of his study. All members in the family conference welcomed that Kinzo right. All of those who met at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. That's right. But grandfather was seriously ill, bedridden on the verge of life and death, right? If he was so worn out that he looked like a different person, maybe no one would have cared, right? Is he gonna say that Kinzo wasn't his grandfather? That grandfather was a different person. A body double. A different person the relatives mistook for grandfather. Then I counter with this. No person would mistake Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight. You're right, they would mistake him with aura. They would mistake him by aura. He had so much aura that everybody shifted their sight to believe that was Kinzo Ushinomiya. No fucking way. No way. Shut up. No matter what disguise might be used, they would not mistake Ushinomiya by sight. Or Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight. Then I'll use this. In the second game, when you announced with the red truth that there were 5 master keys, even though there could have been more than 5 in the first game, you changed the premises of the later games. So it's possible that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the 4th game alone. Therefore, Kinzo's presence in the 4th game doesn't serve as proof he was present in the previous games. Even if we suppose that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by grandfather, it contradicts nothing. Well, I'm trying to understand this. I know there could have been more than 5 in the first game. And I counter this way. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of all 4 games. The setup was not different for the 4th game alone. Oh shit. Repeat it. Kinzo was alive at the start time of every game. So he was dead at the start. I won't answer. I won't give you the red truth you so desire. Damn it. Standing in my damn lane, geezer! Putting yourself in the line to protect Beatrice, this most beloved witch of yours? What? That fucking random ass fucking Kinzo. Ah, yes. Hello, Battler, my beloved fucking grandchild. Yes, I am protecting Beatrice. Swaying, that damn geezer came into view. Is he trying to be some kind of knight blocking the path between me and Beethoven? Are you capable of surpassing me, Battler? I won't let you reach. I won't let you reach. Not to the Golden Witch's Hide, you see? Your thoughtless reasoning cannot surpass even me alone! Die! What the fuck? Why was he superimposed like that? Why'd he turn into a dragon? What? Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp.
Faced with that black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly.
I'll swallow you up in a single gulp! Disappear, you inexperienced fool!
Quiet, you damn undying ghost. This screenshot's gonna be really good.
You call me a ghost, even though I'm transparent like a ghost? So you intend to see it through to the end, that this theory of I'm already dead, that will prove fatal to you, be swallowed up by the first twilight of the fourth game, and disappear!
The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs, swallowed Battler whole. That instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes. Thanks, Beatrice. Your third game has become a foothold for my counterattack.
Huh? What?
See you, damn Keezer. This is goodbye. As a basis for claiming that Kinzo was dead even in the fourth game, I proposed the following theory.
Very well. Come with me come with all you have, my descendant. Here I go, you damn geezer!
My theory is that the name of Kinzo gets passed on as the title of the Ushinomiya family head. Ushinomiya Kinzo was already dead, and he passed that name on to someone else. Everyone acknowledged that. That way, all of those who met at the family conference acknowledged the— I was right! I was right about the presence, his aura of Kinzo. I fucking knew it. There wasn't even any need for someone to disguise themselves as grandfather, because everyone acknowledged a new Kinzo. So they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. As long as this theory isn't denied, nothing can change the fact that you're dead! This is the final blow. I demand you repeat it, geezer. Among all of the people there, not one had multiple different names.
I can't not!
Rest in peace, damn geezer. Thank me. You were finally able to die. This is your requiem. Take it and drop dead! Ushinomiya Kinzo was already dead. That's right. You definitely deserve to be pitied, since whenever we find your corpse, it's always completely burnt. That was a device to hide the fact that time had passed since your death. Then you passed that name on to someone else. With this theory, even though you were dead, Kinzo was able to appear at the family conference. How's that?
This is checkmate!
Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again.
Daddy,
Blue truth nog. Kinzo, thank you for everything. Rest in peace. I won't forget my time spent with you. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered, Ushinomiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared.
Even after death, he'd fought for the sake of the woman he'd loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing. Yeah! Don't hate me. Let the dead sleep. Don't wake them. You're up next. This is the end for you too. Beto still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized she was on the verge of death. I've gone along with you a whole bunch. I think I've more than fulfilled any responsibility I had to play with you. But it's about time to finish things up. I got a lonely little sister waiting at home. Let me take my leave with my whole family. No, but it's your turn. Then kill me. In that case, try and kill me. I won't run or hide, and by now I won't even be able to avoid it. You've got it! With the 18th person X from the Kinzo was dead theory, everything that remained has been pierced through. George, Aniki, and Jessica's deaths in the 4th game can also be explained by Culprit X. And the 5 who escaped from the dungeon and were killed, and the 2 in the gardening shed, and Maria in the end. All of those can be explained with 18th person X. There's nothing strange there at all! With this, I fully explained the culprit using humans for all games. Beatrice, this is checkmate! Blue Truth Nuke! Blue Truth Nuke! Oh my god! Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Beto grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow. No, she's just acting. No, she's fucking around. She's fucking around. Of course she's gonna do this. She's gonna fuck around like this and be like, just kidding. Red Truth. There's only 17 people on the island. She's gonna do it. I know she. I don't believe this for a fucking minute. She's playing this up for dramatic effect. If I don't pull these out with the Red Truth, I'll die. I've had enough of the pain. I've had enough of the anguish. With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch-denying Blue Truth burned her hands. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might. If I can't pull these out, I'll die. This is my final counterattack. Then, Battler, how do you explain my several acts of magic? The very first time those appeared was in the 2nd game, and I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow. At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic. Certainly at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and the fixing of a marshmallow by the miracle of magic. Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, right? That's why it increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limit later on. Which is what happened in this last game. The summoning of my minions, and brutal murders due to magic. All of those were witnessed by a great many people. That is itself proof that my magic exists. Wait, is she actually dying? Is she actually dying? Stalemate. Magic exists because magic exists. Didn't the rules of our Brawn Tube trial say that you couldn't use that kind of argument? No matter who or how many people witnessed magic, that cannot become proof of magic's existence! Whether all the magic you've shown exists or not, I can ignore it all and explain things with humans. That's my undeniable right. Am I wrong? Those words, the blue sticks let out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away. Seems I can't pull them out after all. As Battler is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, we'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just with the magic, with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow is fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities. It may be impossible for me. I know that. This was to be a game without victory from the very beginning. So it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come. Have I fought up until today just to lose to Battler? I began the game thinking I might be able to win. Even if I wouldn't be able to win easily, I believed that in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. After all, I had certain willpower on my side and unwavering desire to win with certainty. I've now lost that miracle completely. That certain willpower resides in Battler, leaving me certainly without even a 1 in a million chance at a miracle. Or perhaps I should say I've been left without a miracle or certainty. I'll have no victory and no end through a tie. The only resolution allowed me is to continue on resisting until defeat's given to me in this game. Okay, you can stop playing around, Beatrice. You can just use the red truth now and be like, I was just joking. You can do that now, right? I'm fighting only to be killed by Battler. I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return, and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual. Obviously. From the very beginning, he's been trying to deny the individual I am. That last game sure was fun. I was only tricking him a bit, but for just a short bit of time. It felt like we understood each other, and that was fun. That's right. I should have made my move then. Should have continued for eternity with Battler still totally fooled. But that's just no good, right? That just wouldn't be true victory. Is this checkmate? Beatrice. Beto had been run through with several blue stakes skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over, and still looking up into the sky was sewn in place that tragic form. It might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives, and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beto was soaked and crucified. Is it over? Beto. Can't even let out a squeak. Not yet. Not a woman who'll let things end with just this. Don't be ridiculous. How can you look at this and think that it isn't over? Deliver the final blow. Just say it with your blue truth. According to this, witches don't exist. Say it. Just say it. With that single blow, just put a stop to my breathing. Something scary's happening. I'm scared. Don't even save during a tea party? You can. It's useless. So you would expose me to even further shame? Isn't it settled already? Stand up. Our brawl still isn't over. Not over, you say? That just now wasn't you losing. You just stopped and gave up. Isn't that enough? Wouldn't giving up mean your victory? You should return to your little sister. Right away. Just throw me away. Right here. Didn't I tell you? I won't run away. And I won't let you run away. Just who are you? And what in the world is it that you want? If you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite move? Isn't better this way? With me as a mere delusion. An illusion, isn't that enough? It's all useless. I won't let you run away. He really is like Kinzo. I won't let you run away! I'll break through you. How could I let you run away like this? I won't let you run back to the darkness of illusions while you're still all hazy like this. I'll break through you completely. So stand up. Don't act all frail like that. You're still hiding several moves. I can tell. Why won't you just let me escape? Dad, Mom, and Angie. All the cousins and all the relatives and all the servants. You toyed with them so much and killed them. I definitely won't forget. I won't forgive that inhumanity. I can still feel Angie's arms on my shoulders. I won't forgive your inhumanity. So I won't let you get away like this. Adler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again. Instead of the wolves and sheep puzzle, this is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? Is fighting endlessly only to avoid admitting defeat? A fitting endless torture for the endless witch? Is endlessly harassing Battler to avoid giving him victory also part of being the endless witch? It's so sad. Is this what the endless magic is? I've had enough. I've had enough of endlessly being toyed with by witches. Huh? I'll have no victory and no time. In that case, there's only one result that can release me. What does she mean by this? What do you mean being toyed by witches? You're a witch, though. Huh? Since the time I succumbed to the path of witches, since the day I made that contract with demons, it was promised that I would meet my end through tragedy, wasn't it?
What's wrong? Golden Witch Beatrice! If you're the ruler of Rokenjima, show me a majesty fitting for that! Even at the very end! Lightning.
The world was smashed with light. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokenjima. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beto faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Battler. Fool. Just when I was about to praise your good fight and hand over victory. You shall regret that pride. This isn't something for you to hand over. I'm gonna take it from you! The same goes for you, right? You could never accept an easygoing victory where I just say, maybe witches existing isn't so bad. Isn't that the very reason you intentionally fell apart like that at the end last time? That's right. Last game you took pity on me just once, didn't you? So now I'll pay back that debt. Stand! My enemy, my Golden Witch Beatrice! Fool! Bleh. Ah! Simpleton, hey! You think you'll get another chance? Beto yelled. The blue stakes that had pierced her chest blew to bits and disappeared. I know it! However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning didn't vanish. You can't pull it out yet. You can't pull out the blue truth of the 18th person X. I'll respond to one thing you told me to repeat. As you reasoned, Kinzo's already dead at the starting time for all games. Oh, shit! However, this means that you can take one person out. Before now, I've proclaimed that no more than 18 humans exist on this island. I will lower that by 1 for Kinzo. No more than 17 humans exist on this island. That excludes any 18th person. What?! It's over! In short, this 18-person X doesn't exist! This applies to all games! Well, Battler, we're back at square one. I hope you're ready for a long haul. What do you know? What do you know? Looks like you're still hiding some pretty crazy stuff up your sleeve after all. Absolute cinema. I'm saying. The island, which had no more than 17 humans on it, has been set up to appear as though there were 18. Taking one off makes it 17, so we finally reached the correct number. This way, the wedge I knocked into has been removed. We'll have to start the fight over back from square one. The blue edge that had sewn Beto in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. Her scars on her body disappeared completely. And there stood, just as Battler hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rokenjima. Then come, Battler. Once more from the beginning. Try and break through everything with the blue truth. I too will no longer play, run, or hide. If you're worthless, then I'll end this match right here, right now. With my grand victory, I'll make you regret your refusal to compromise for all eternity. We're starting over for the first game? Right. From the first twilight of the first game. There's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the gardening shed at the start. Start. The crime was possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi. Valid. Continue. What about the next close-room murder with Ava and Hideyoshi? Even the chain was set for that room. I'll add another red truth. Both deaths were homicides. It is not the case that after the construction of the closed room, one of them committed suicide after murder. Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from outside the room. Suppose the culprit was a human without an alibi. In other words, the dead. We weren't able to identify some of the first 6 corpses because of their smashed faces. Maybe one was actually disguised as a corpse, and Culprit X killed those 2 after making us think they were a victim and hiding away. Then after the closed room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to come and leave. Very well. Next. Kennen was killed in the boiler room, correct? I'll add a red truth. All the survivors have alibis. Let's include the dead as well. In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Kennen. If no one could kill him, then he might have been the one to kill. Kennen-kun might have killed himself. Repeat it! Kennen-kun did not commit suicide! Damn it! Kennen didn't commit suicide. One more. Repeat it. Kennen-kun's death was a homicide! I refuse to repeat it. By that refusal, it may be possible to view it as a homicide, but you've already proclaimed and read that no one could have killed him. Was it an accidental death then? In other words, it wasn't a homicide. This is the same as the linked closed rooms from the 3rd game. Kennen died for a reason that was neither suicide nor homicide. The details are unknown, but he died to an accident. Because of Devil's Proof, I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death where a stake was driven into his chest. Ooh, nice one, Battler, yes! Now that you've borrowed the power of demons, you're without peer. It's valid. In that case, what about the murders after that in the parlor of Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa? Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them. And of course, their 3 deaths were homicides. We can explain those murders with culprit X, who hid away using an unidentified corpse. I need to search up, like, who were the victims in the first case. Umineko. Questions arc. Game 1 deaths. Okay, Kraus, Rudolph, Kirie, Rosa, Goda, Shannon. Ava, Hideyoshi, second Twilight, fourth Twilight, Kinza. Kinza was already dead before the events of the game, though. It says this thing. Fifth Twilight, Canon. Sixth Twilight, Genji, Kumasawa, Nanjo. Ninth, Natsuki. 10th, Maria, George, Jessica, and Battler. Fuck. This shit is hard. Okay, so this, and this. Blah, 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 blah. It's been so, I know! I gotta find like a good consistent list for this that isn't like super spoilery for me. Oh gosh. Okay. I think I've got a good summary of all the deaths. It's completely possible one of them was a body double corpse. I guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses. Therefore, there were no body double checks. Fuck! Damn it! Then you can explain it with simultaneous murders. Each of them had a gun pointed at clockwise and blew each other's faces off at the same time. After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them. How about that? He was not joking when he said, I'm gonna come up with so much bullshit theories. Ah. He said this dead ass, by the way. He was completely fucking stone-faced when he said this. What? What a ridiculous argument! How amusing. Then what about Natsuki in the end? I'll add to the red truth. Battler, you would have loved 999 and Danganronpa. Natsuki's death was a homicide. There were no unidentified corpses, and all the survivors have alibis. You're gonna explain it with an indirect murder due to Trap X. Something was done to Aunt Natsuki's gun. It could have been a trap gun built to send a bullet straight into her forehead or right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold it up and shoot it. The bullet buried into Natsuki's forehead wasn't fired from her gun. It's possible that Aunt Natsuki was lured out by that letter whose contents were unknown. She was called out into the hall, then forced to stand at a specified location at a specified time and murdered by Trap X, which used the gun that had been installed there beforehand. Wonderful. These reckless arguments of yours are even starting to feel pleasurable now. Out of respect, I'll hand the first game over to you. Well done.
she actually getting hit this time? Like, actually for real? The instant Beto acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of the blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound. I can't trust like that, man. I can't trust like that. Beto just barely pulled out the stakes that had pierced her chest, but even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by an equally fierce pain. But she grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there, we've been killed and harassed over and over. And Angie's been burdened with a future of isolation. That's right. Just by me being here and laughing, this eternal hell will continue. I won't give your little sister back. Let her cry over the family that won't return for over the next 1,000 years. Fuck you! Damn it! No compassion, no mercy! On to the second game! I'll start with the first crime. Right after it happened, I penetrated to the truth of the Closure murder where the 6 were killed in the chapel. Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key and secretly returned it to Maria's back after the crime was over. From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope the next day, the key passed through no one's hands. What? So no one grabbed it. Okay. That door might have had an autolock just like Gramps' study. In other words, it was unlocked before the crime with a rock or something wedged in so that it couldn't close completely. And someone gave the key to Maria. The lock was automatic, so it's possible to make a theory where the key wasn't needed. There were no doors with autolocks other than Kinzo's study. The victims locked the door from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit, and this person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead. The 6 were already dead by the time they were discovered. All of their deaths were homicides. All 6 were genuine victims and did not take part in a mutual murder. There was no simultaneous... She has to add all these fucking random ass caveats because like this fucking guy's gonna say some stupid bullshit clockwise murder shit again. There were people like Kumasawa-san in particular who had no alibi at the time. If we assume that someone was hiding on the inside, we've got no problems. There was no one hiding in the chapel. Therefore, the shut-in murder you suggest doesn't work. Is that all, little Ushiromiya battler? Not so easy once you get to the second game, right? There was a thundering exchange of the red and blue. The stakes and wedges of the blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after the other, and Beto cut them down one after another with a red truth, a red treasured sword knocking them down. But the blood she'd lost from her first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could see her breath go ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her. Not yet. It's useless. It's all useless! My twisted logic isn't finished yet! What about this? The food they were given had small bombs in it, which exploded from inside their stomachs! In other words, the crime was possible through Trap X. The exact nature of bombs they could swallow without noticing, and which could also blow open their stomachs, is a devil's proof. I refuse to explain!
She loves this fucking dumbass. She loves this dumbass so much. She's like, I love this guy. I'm so in love with him. I want his effing cookies so bad. The hell's that, small bombs?
You're so funny, Battler. Lol.
But Beto failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. Even as the breaking pitch hit her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. I get it, even I think that theory's pretty screwed up. Have as much as you want. Got a problem with that? None. Quite a pleasurable, reckless argument. Next up is a closed room with Jessica and Cannon. No problem. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used a master key. It's not even a closed room. After that, there was an attack in the servant room from a mystery person who seemed to be Cannon, and Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed, right? I'd already proclaimed Cannon's death in red before that time. So who was that Cannon? If Cannon's death was proclaimed with the red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance that the one who attacked that group was in disguise that made everyone mistakenly think it was Cannon. They would never mistakenly think any other person was Cannon. Then, just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there's a possibility that Cannon's name was inherited by someone. You could suppose that Cannon was killed, a different person succeeded that name, and that this person attacked them. Wait, he's cooking! A sound like a watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beito's left flank. Oh, dude, I have to fucking DM my friend right now. I have to DM her right now. This episode 4 shit is serious. This tea party is so fucking lit. What the fuck, man? Holy shit. Bruh. Bruh. Dude. Maybe a hit in a bad place. It seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. I get it. That must have hurt a lot. You set up some human as the culprit as if it were nothing. You truly are gabbing on about things you'd never be able to open your mouth and say on the game board. And yet it's valid. That reckless argument is pleasurable. Truly pleasurable. This isn't pain. It's pleasure. Oh, freakatress. When Berto howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away. But the wound remained and she continued to be tormented by pain. You ready? I'll keep going. My blue truth for the last murder in the second game, the 3 who died at Aunt Natsuhi's room should still be valid even with the 18th person X denied. You have a counter-argument for that in red? If you don't, the second game's mine too. I don't. Fighting over such trivial matters bores me. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the second game. No! Ow! The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, 2 blue stakes gouged through Beito's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged out to her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Does it hurt? Hurt?
hurt? No, it just tickles. At least compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned into a pile of scrap meat like your sister. Lol. I'll make you scrap meat too. Then you siblings will be all mixed together like ground beef and pork. Lol. Battler! Beat you to death. I'll tear you to bits the same way. Next, the third game. How long are you gonna sit around all worn out like that? I've only just started knocking you down to hell.
Lol, lol.
You're right, we're still just getting started. Let's begin the third game, starting with the 6 linked closed rooms. You supposedly did penetrate this closed room at the time. But then you killed off Kinzo. At the time, I theorized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he'd constructed his own closed room in the boiler room. And that there he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. But now I've declared that Gramps was already dead, so I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However... No problem! Plenty of people besides Gramps could have committed the crime. You could even claim that all the adults holding the family conference were in on it. All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. The individual room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. In short, all keys related to the linked closed rooms were locked inside the linked closed rooms. No keys could have been returned from outside the room using the crack in the door, the window, vents, or any place of the sort. Poison gas. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? The murder was carried out from outside the closed room. All of them had what appeared to be gunshot wounds that were fatal. Murdering them from outside the room would have been possible. I shall say more with the red. And the 5 other than Kinzo were killed, the killer was definitely in the same room as them. I already proclaimed in red at the time that there were no suicides. After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit created a linked closed room. But the culprit had no way to return just the key to the very last room. And yet they were able to do it. After all, the first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend to find the key and pull it from the pocket of one of the corpses. He couldn't fully block the retort of that stake. Eito was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another, and finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. Ouch! As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Eito's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again. And now she was totally covered in blood. But even so, Beito grinned, cackling as though this was amusing. How could a man who promised to bring Andy's parents home voice a theory where those parents are culprits? Even that's just fine, right? Go be a big happy family getting their hands dirty with mass murder, then return to Angie stained with blood that'll never come off. How could we expect anything less from the people who returned alive from the Witch's Island? Boo! Fuck you, Anthony! Boo! Shut up! I'll kill you!
I'll tear you apart! You don't need to waste your time begging for your life! I'll give you the worst kind of death by my own hands!
You probably could. I've explored the depths of cruelty for over 1,000 years. You'll probably gift me with a fitting end for all that. Does it hurt? Is it harsh? Does it tickle? Is that supposed to torment me? Come on, battler. There's still mysteries left. Wait till I'd already countered my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Ava was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. We aren't playing. Even the time I spend playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In our isolation, Angie will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to get back to her as fast as I can. You're all worn out. Standing at death's door, are you? I really like that expression of her clenching her teeth like that. It still doesn't burden me. Something like this.
It tickles.
Looks like you don't need any mercy.
I never asked for it in the first place.
I'm going all out.
Do so. When our roles were reversed, I showed no mercy. So you ought to do the same when given the chance. Otherwise, I'll summon another isolated Angie from a different world. And this time, I'll tear off her arms and legs and stick her with the spear and roast her, okay?
Shut up! Never again! Not my family, not my relatives, not any of the servants! I won't let you make them your playthings! I've already broken through all of the mysteries in the fourth game with the blue truth. The only one left is the very last one from the third game. The murder of Dr. Nanjo.
Have I already been cornered so far? Oh, was this the one where Jessica was partially blinded, I think? At the time? No, it was like a misfire from the gun on Ava's part, I think. And then, what was it? Everyone got surprised, I believe. And then I think the discharge from the gun blinded Jessica. And then Ava Tree shows up and kills Dr. Nanjo, right? I still stand by that one theory I came up with. That when the gun went off, it didn't shoot into nothing. It shot into Dr. Nanjo. But because he was so surprised at the loud bang and then at Jessica being like blinded by the discharge, or the recoil or whatever else you want to say, Dr. Nanjo went into doctor mode, right? And with no care for his own wounds, or he didn't realize his wounds perhaps until it was too late, he took care of Jessica, and then he eventually bled out.
That's my theory.
I don't know what Battler's gonna say though. He's probably gonna come up with some stupid ass argument. She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural. In other words, the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder is the last line of defense for you being a witch, right?
as you say. If you defeat that, it'll mean that all of my mysteries have been defeated. Unless I counter one of your truths with some new red truth or present a new mystery, I'll die.
It'll look like someone who's been pushed into a corner standing on the brink. You still have some kind of hidden pitch up your sleeve, right?
No. I've already tired of a too long life after 1,000 years. I've started to think that having this life ended by a rival like you, who I stumbled upon at the very end, might not be so bad. You can do it, can't you?
Do it.
I beg you, kill me. I'm always the one killing. I've never had the experience of being killed. I've killed the 18 of you hundreds of times, but I hadn't been killed myself even once. So I wanted to experience just once myself.
It was a graceless show of boldness, unchanged from before. The blood dripped from her mouth. The once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously without a trace of grace.
No time for pity though,
As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Till I defeat her, he or we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change. But pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing and is to be spared no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil. I don't pity you. Just like how you didn't show pity for any of us.
Of course. All of you are just pieces in the game. LOL! It's just unbelievably fun to think about which 6 to kill in the beginning, how to kill the next 2, and whether I can find a much more grotesque method of murder, you see. Hey, Battler, I've reformed a little, so forgive me this time, too. If you do, I'll change my methods of killing into something a little better, okay? I'll listen to how you want them to be killed and in what order. Got it? It's so fun toying with people's lives. LOL! I'm sure you could think of a way to turn Angie into a pile of scrap meat much, much more thoroughly.
Come, Battler. Try to expose the truth of Nanjo's murder. The 18th person X has been defeated. But I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the 3rd game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point in time, Battler, Ava, Jessica, and Nanjo, were all involved with his murder. And it was also proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All other people had the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. We'll break through this without using the 18th person X. Think. Don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only bind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. This way I can break through it. This way Beatrice's Legend of the Witch is finished. True, the others probably were dead. However, their deaths were proclaimed in red at the instant Dr. Nanjo died. Strictly speaking, it was in the fight between me and Ava after Dr. Nanjo's corpse was found. In other words, if someone was alive at the time Dr. Nanjo was killed and then died before Ava made that proclamation, you can see right through that crack. In other words, it's like this. Someone who was first confirmed dead by Ava's proclamation was a culprit. They cleverly played dead earlier and waited for us to come and go. Before their death was announced in red, we were made to think that they died. Then they killed Dr. Nanjo and later died for some reason. After that, Ava proclaimed their death in red. That theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's case. How's that, Beatrice?
When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor. And a blue stick that was as thick as a log appeared from underneath the earth and skewered the golden witch, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce her body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented that crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life. Oh, she's good.
It hurts, it hurts.
You got what you deserved. Now you can experience a portion of the pain felt by all those you've killed.
Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end.
She's crying?
Battler, I beg you. Huh? Beto let out a sob. It hurts, it really hurts. End it. End it. Even with this, I still can't die. Even though it hurts so much, I still can't die.
What are you asking of me?
End it. Release me from this pain. Beto's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Battler certainly had been tricked by her at one point, so he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Battler believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them.
What should I do?
What can I do to end your pain? I will now expose everything. This is my heart.
Your heart?
Beto. Kill me. Just let me die. Were those tears from pain and torment? Or else, either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger. Quickly, go back to Angie.
I'll listen to your request. Not so that I can go back, but to end your pain. Thank you. In her last breaths, Beto summoned up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though appealing to the heavens for something. You'll be able to kill me. All of me. My heart. Crush it. Pierce it. Okay? The red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen. After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then her right arm lost its light and flopped down, but her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. Then before Battler's eyes, another Beto appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beto had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beto quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke. Ushiromiya Battler, I will now kill you? What? And right now, there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. What? What's going on? Nothing outside the island can interfere. I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. Oh! She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her. Do it. I'll accept your final mystery. You're all alone on this island, and of course I am not you. Yet I am here now, and am about to kill you. Like a souped up version of Dr. Nanjo's murder. So, who am I? This fucking track? Is that your final question? Who am I? Then Beatrice slowly approached me and, still expressionless, held me. What's going on? What's happening? Yeah, I get it, Beto. I'll kill you. Don't worry. I also slowly held her head. And I, as a piece, left the game board. I'm so confused. There's still the question marks too, though. All of the codes. Fourth game, Alliance of the Golden Witch. Umineko no naku kono ni Rada of the Witch and Reasoning. First half of the game, by the way. First half of the game. What the fuck? Dude, I still have so many questions, dude. So then what's this gonna be if he just killed Beatrice? Huh? Unknown. Fragment 561098423. Okay. So we're in some random fuck-ass fragment, okay. Fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of a gift box, and there were decanters with drinks of various colors. The color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows like something from a dream. What? Yuri? And on this bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world. Marcus lay face down, and Lambedato lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing. It was pretty thrilling this time, wasn't it? I got really panicky when Beto said she'd stop the game. Not a rude witch to start a game like this and try to end it by throwing it away. Wasn't Angie a good piece? After Beto ran for her, Angie dragged her back and made her resume the game. Although it's a shame that she gave Battler a little too much enthusiasm. After all, I knew Battler was a softie. No kidding. He looked like he might even go easy on Beto, his enemy. Might actually feel compassion for Beto and take the game in a weird direction. And she was a trump card to get Balor back on track when he mistook his goal. Although I wanted her to support him a bit more before using her up. She really did get used right off the bat. What a waste for a piece that required so much prep. Good thing I shackled her with that rule about not giving her name. If that hadn't been set up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Beato up in one in the blink of an eye. I thought it'd be a chance for them to press her all at once, but your mark was so restrictive I couldn't make the best use of her. What a waste that piece was. Isn't it obvious that such an unfair piece would have to be retired right away? In the end, she did a good job for preventing the suspension of the game, and that helps me too. That way, the way she made both her interest match is what made her a truly wonderful piece. Never trust witches, bro! Never trust witches! She was an innocent kid like Battler, so it was easy to get her to do as I said. Morons and impulsive types make the best pieces. I really can't stand losing that piece. Right now that kid's minced meat. Let's make hamburgers out of her later on. Didn't you like Kyosa more? Wonder what a little sister tastes like. LOL, what the fuck? Is it really okay for you to be so relaxed? Thanks to Angie, Battler's gotten all fired up. I'm pretty sure you started a hot pursuit of Beta, making this game take a big turn in my favor, right? I mean, didn't Battler just solve almost all the mysteries up till now? Eh? Not even close? Almost all of Battler's blue truth was wrong. Beta's lukewarm red's full of holes. If she had any brain in her, she'd slip through it easily by setting up a suitable web of twisted logic. Really ticks me off. If it were me, I'd thoroughly cut down all of it with the red. Really? And I was sure that those were all correct. Well, I don't know about that small bomb part, though. Not all of Battler's blue truths were valid figures. When talking about the first game, Beto clearly declared that she guaranteed the identities of all the unidentified corpses. This defeats Battler's theory about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi close murder being someone who faked up a corpse. Oh, so none of those so all those corpses were indeed them. So there's no way for them to have been a fake corpse. Fuck, how did I miss that? Next, Cannon might have died in an accident in the boiler room, but what kind of accident could drive a stake into his chest? Are you a moron? And slice it with the red treasured sword thing. Cannon didn't die in an accident. The next one, the murders of the three, including Genji in the parlor, the thought that it was a simultaneous murder where they shot each other in clockwise pattern at the same time is laughable. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo aren't killers. The final trap X to Komatsu is also ridiculous. It was a real shooting murder with a gun raised and trigger pulled. Sucks for you. You shouldn't do that. Saying something like that in red. That kid's trying to say that she bounced Natsu's bullet back with magic and killed her. Even the blue truth for the second game was way too naive. When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside of it. The guy keeps trying to explain things using Trap X. I guess Trap X some weird mystery novel cliche. He's stupid, okay? Be nice to him. It's also laughable to say that in the case where Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed in the servant room, someone else inherited Kanen's name. Hey, hold on, I thought that was pretty smart, hold on. No one else could go by Kanen's name? Fuck. A different person can't claim that as their name. Shit. And that theory about borrowing the master key from Rosa for Natsu's room is also worthless. After the master keys came into Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands, except for the time when she went to Battler to unlock Natsuhi's room. I can keep on going, but just taking a quick look at them turns out like this, get it? Forget taking a quick look, you've just denied Battler's blue truth for the first and second games across the board. What a shame. If Battler heard, he'd faint. Right. Beta wasn't cornered at all. Looks like that kid's I had the inkling that she was acting again. It fucking figures. I'm sure she planned to make it look like she was getting cornered this game, and sometime next game she'll slice it up with a single red stroke to make a Battler freak it. And then I'm sure she'll say it again with a huge smile. We just never get into a pinch. I have some bad news for you. She just requested that Battler kill her, so that puts you two in a weird position, doesn't it? And that whole tragic atmosphere as though Beta was getting cornered was all an act. Isn't it obvious? She really is a great actress. Even though she wasn't cornered at all, it felt like an astonishing last episode climax. She's totally the winner for Best Supporting Actress this year. Oh, but of course, I'm the star. You do fine too, Burn. At the end, she said something like, kill me, and they wrote a big riddle.
Wasn't that her last done with Beto to be finished for good if that riddle was solved? Come on, were you seriously tricked too? I wasn't even close to a last stand. Beto's still holding back a killer hidden move. When she stuck out both hands to give the final riddle, did you notice how she lowered just her right hand? Yeah, now that you mention it. Is that what that meant? Sure is. The kid still had plenty of hidden moves left. None of the mysteries have been solved. That tension like she'd been exposed and the next episode would be the last. She really is a genius at acting. I want to see her knock Battler down to the very bottom right away. That kid's been totally encouraged by her North Wind and the Sun strategy from last time, right? I'm sure Battler will sympathize with Beto again and fall for it completely. He did, and so did I. Well, not completely. I sort of did, but not really, but still vaguely. After all, a single tear from a woman can fool any man. Totally economical and profitable. I wonder if Battler will be caught by the same move again. I've got to spur him on so he never feels sympathy again. Although, Angie's mincemeat seems to have done that pretty well. Oh, you're evil. Starting here, I'll thoroughly support Beto to rally her up enough to compete with Battler. Why do we keep getting tricked, dude? You got me fooled. Come on, stop it! Stop tricking me! Punishment games aren't cool, so you should go a little easy on her. I've decided what to do for your next punishment game, Burn. Wanna hear? No.
What? Come on, ask me.
Guess what? I'll lock you in a wonderful, wonderful castle. The castle will be surrounded by pure white walls, 12 kilometers to a side. $1,440,000. Wait, I can't remember. Oh yeah, 1,440,000,000 cubic meters. You can stop there, I already know what you're gonna say. You've been buried to death with gems. Isn't that a wonderful romantic punishment game? If you multiply the length of the walls by 5 and make it 1/10 its current height, I wouldn't mind if you shut me in right now. Okay, so this too is Yuri. Lambda Delta playfully approached Burn Castell, who yawned, looking bored as though she touched the as she touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat. What, Yuri? Giga Yuri! You're betting on Battler's victory, and I'm betting on an eternal tie for the two of them. Does that mean no one's betting on Beto's victory? I wouldn't. Your chances of winning are 0. No chance of a miracle. And usually for them, they giggled together. I wonder how this game will resolve itself. That's the one thing we can't predict. That's why it's fun. At the very least, it won't end with Beto's victory.
I mean, think about it. Neither of us is betting on Beto's victory. In other words, if it looks like Beto's gonna win, she'll have us two great witches as enemies.
そういうことね。私たちの力が最も均衡するのは引き分けとバトル有利、ベアと有利に傾きすぎれば私たちは共に同じベクトル、つまりベアと優勢になった瞬間私たち二人をまとめて
I concept of witches, I don't understand them. I thought they were on Beto's side. But is this literally all like for entertainment? Oh, what the fuck?
ベルンと共闘楽しい。
ありがとう。でもコンペイ島のお風呂には一緒に入らないわよ。
コンペイ島のシャワーとろけたマシュマロを塗りたくってあげるのに。
気の毒。あの子は私と遊ぶためにラムダが捕まえて
That town's a living toy, a doll you caught so that you could play with me, Lambda.
私、お人形遊びは
I'm good at playing with dolls. I really can do it well, okay?
飽きずに一つの
I'm proud of being able to play with a single toy for hundreds of years without getting tired of it. Oh, so that's what Beata was talking about, okay?
ある時は味方し、ある永遠にもてあそび続ける。かわいそうね。あの子はもう
Wow. Wow, fuck both of you. You're both evil.
そういうことよ。
That kid's our
私た
doll.
ち二人
No
の
one
望
has
む
been
夏を
prepared for that
用
kid
意さ
except the ones the two of us desire.
つまり私によって永遠に引き分けがベルンによってベアトが敗北して滅ぼされるかベアトが
奇跡の魔女として宣言する
I'll
わ。
proclaim it as the Witch of Miracles.
なら私は
And I'll proclaim it as the Witch of
絶対の魔女と
Certainty.
して宣言ベアトは絶対に勝利できないそして奇跡は絶対に起こらない
You evil witches! You evil fucks! Never trust a witch, bro. Never trust a witch, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? So what happens after this? Do I have to find out when the answers are? Dude. So the entire time, Beatrice was actually just a plaything for these two witches. What the fuck? What the fuck? But I think they're under the assumption that Battler's not gonna fall for the little trick that she was talking about. They were wrong about that though. She's gonna get the ending she fucking wants, you motherfuckers! Evil ass witches. Never trust a witch, bro. Free her, Battler! Free her! Free my girl, please! Free her! She doesn't deserve this! I wonder if there's gonna be anything new. After this, and usually it's just the tea party and the question marks.
Or the witch tea party, I suppose it should be called. Where does it even go after this though? Like what? Oh god, I'm so curious. I told myself that when I finished the questions arc, I would take a prolonged break. But dude, I wanna go like dude, what's okay, obviously my voice. But like what's stopping me from just like staying up for another 4 hours and just like being silent and just like reading it extensively without saying a fucking thing. But I said I'd take like a month break from it so I could play some other games and not burn myself out. But dude, I have like a burning desire right now to just fucking play. What the fuck? That fucking the single frame of Bernkastel and Lambda Delta laughing was so fucking evil. Oh, that shit is so evil. What the fuck? Hmm? More stuff? Whoa. We're all done. That's it. That's the answers arc. See if there's anything I missed. Take a look back in your recent stay. Music box. Oh, this is just the OST. Fuck yeah. What's that creepy song I hate? Oh. This one? Oh, Golden Slaughterer! Oh shit! Oh shit, Golden Slaughter! Oh my fucking god! Oh shit! PG Rhythm. What? Oh, Dread of the Grave, that's what this is. That scared me for a second. This is the original Ryukishi art. This is the original Ryukishi art. Death. What the hell is just death? Oh! Gop jump scare. Answer. Ah, this one.
Get me out of here!
Tips. Can we kill him? Oh, we can. We can just kill him. Wait, Battlers. So episode 4 Battlers missing. Went to hell, embraced by the witch. But to the witch, that hell was the Golden Land. Damn, I'm sort of just killing everybody, lol. 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 No, you can live, Dr. Nanjo. You're good. You're cool, man. Can we kill them? No, we can't kill any of the demons. Of course we can't. Evil, evil. Oh! Oh, we can. 556 was quiet and often teased, but she was loved by everyone. However, her luck was always bad, and she met a tragic end in battle against the Black Witch. She was a cutting-edge weapon unique in the Sisters' Cavalry, which tended to serve as honor guards. 556 was in charge of squad fire support. She sought not to kill, but to protect her allies. Oh! A quiet girl who's always teased by everybody, but that's because everyone loves her. The trumpet's her specialty. Everyone skips to her lively tune. That's 556, 410, 45. Rest in peace. Aw, she had such a cute design too. What? Let's see if I can kill anybody. Or resurrect anybody. Oh, right. Yeah, you can kill. Oops. Sorry, Sekatara. Didn't mean it. Right. The Endless Witch, who has lived for 1,000 years, he holds the fatherly magical power that is the source of endless evolution in the sea. However, that power is meaningless. No matter how many times you multiply something in the sea of zero, it will never be more than zero. However, when she was blessed by a miracle that gave birth to one in that sea, her world became endless. When she was joined with the Witch of Origins through Maria Associer, the magical compendium gained an endless span as well as endless power. Huh. Evil. These two are evil. Fuck both of you. Nothing here, I imagine. I'm more surprised though at the fact we can't execute or resurrect Angie when she totally died at the end of episode 4. Dude, I so want to start Answer's arc, but no, I shouldn't. Well, I need to set up the mod for Answer's arc anyway. I just realized that. Oops. But that's a problem for future me.
It's a problem for future me. I don't know what I'm going to do this week.
But I will follow up with that. I still have the tab of Green Alien singing just the two of us open. I will probably take a break. I don't know if it's gonna be a month though of from Umineko, but I will take a while from it so I don't exhaust myself.
Yeah, thanks for hanging.
No, I'll post some random ass fuck ass schedule. I don't feel like making it, but I'll post something randomly. Let's see. I'll post it right after the end of the stream.
Bye, everyone. Goodbye.